Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? I'm State Senator Lou Correa, and I want to welcome all of you to the Senate Committee Banking and Finance Institutions informational hearing on the Homeowner's Bill of Rights. That's Senate Bill 900 and AB 278. What we're going to do today is really get an implementation update to see how things are moving ahead as these two fine pieces of legislation were implemented in the state of California. Again, welcome. I'm happy to see a lot of familiar faces, a lot of folks that we work with in Sacramento. Welcome all of you, and of course a lot of local folks as well. As you know, both of these bills that went into effect July 2013, they did enact comprehensive mortgage servicing reforms. They implemented several new borrower protections and modified California's non-judicial foreclosure process. Many supporters of these bills believe that they would cut through the red tape, which borrowers had been struggling with, and would help borrowers effectively or constructively avoid foreclosure and keep their homes. Both of these bills are supposed to end what was referred to as dual tracking and would ensure that borrowers were assigned a knowledgeable and competent individual to provide them with services, and of course with a written determination of their loan mod applications. Opponents of these measures believe that they would reward folks that were looking to continue to be defaulters, strategic defaulters they were referred to, and they would delay non-judicial foreclosures and lead to frivolous litigation. Today, what we'd like to do is hear from borrower advocates, servicers, attorneys, regulators, and economists about how these bills are working so far. Have they been a success? Have they been less than a success? Have they failed? Or is it a little bit of both, or is it too early to tell? Due to last-minute availability of one of our witnesses, Panel 5 is going to be removed from the agenda, and Ms. Kim Stoner. Kim, are you here? Hi, Kim. We'll place her on agenda, Panel 6, that is. You know, this is what, without giving away my age, this is the third real estate recession that I've lived through. The early one in 1979, 1980. If any of you are old enough to remember that one, that was when if you could buy a home with a 20% interest rate, you were doing real well. That was an interesting one. And then, of course, the one that hit us in the 1990 time period, very similar to this one, that was characterized more or less by the S&L debacle. And then we've just lived through this one that our peers were coming out of. And each and every one of those three recessions has had different factors, but at the end of the day, what is common is a lot of folks get hurt, a lot of homeowners lose their homes, and so as we look at these two bills today, we're hoping that the best intentions are there, but recognizing that the system is one that is open to refinement. Again, we want to explore what has happened, how things are going, and hopefully we move ahead to make sure that we service our constituents, the great state of California. Before we move on to the panels, I'd like to introduce my colleague, Senator Ron Calderon. And when he was chair of this committee, he actually was one of the authors of one of these pieces of legislation and did a tremendous yeoman's work in putting a lot of this schematic of what we're dealing with today together. So I'd like to have Senator Calderon say some comments if we can. Welcome, sir. I know we're going to give you the Marco Polo Award. You traveled down to how many miles, 10 or 15?
Well, I was at Disneyland. I just
came north, not south. Welcome.
No, I did the trek from Montebello. But I want to really thank you, Mr. Chairman, for having this informational hearing. I myself have been curious, other than tracking on the media and tracking with our financial institutions how this program's been going and how it's affected the market. I'm interested in hearing some of the specifics. Of course, serving on the Legislative Conference Committee that passed this Homeowners Bill of Rights back last year was a high point in my career. And throughout the entire process, I followed two guiding principles. One of them was to make sure that borrowers were treated fairly, that Californians who could afford to stay in their homes with little help from their lenders were being denied the opportunity to do so. So I wanted to make sure they had some due process and were protected. And secondly, I wanted to make sure that the legislature did nothing to forestall the recovery of California's fragile housing market. I believe we've accomplished that. I'm anxious to hear from others in that regard. And I would just like to close by saying I like some of the numbers that I'm hearing as of January 2013. The reports are that the defaults and foreclosures have fell about 62% since January. So it's working. I know there's some bugs in it. We're going to hear about those bugs today, but I'm really happy to be here, happy to be a part of it, and anxious to hear what all of the panelists have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Calderon. If I can have the first panel come on up, that would be Dr. Selma Hepp, Senior Economist with the California Association of Realtors, and Mr. Sean O'Toole, founder and CEO of Property Radar. Welcome. Thank you, Mr. O'Toole. Welcome, ma'am. You may begin.
Good morning. So my name is Selma Hepp. I'm with the California Association of Realtors, and the data that I do have
Can
today.
you hear her okay? No.
No,
You have to probably get a little...
would I need to speak louder? Is that better?
There you
okay,
go.
sorry.
Yeah, right into it.
You got to
Okay.
get real close to these toys here.
So the data that I'm going to present, it's the data we collect from realtors specifically, so it's not the property records data. This is something that Sean is going to present. So a lot of things that I will talk about, you may feel like I'm not covering everything, but that's because Sean will cover the rest. I'm just going to cover the general state of the housing market.
Yes.
Sales of the existing detached homes, and this is the we only track detached homes. We do not track condos. So some of the indices may be skewed because of that, because a lot of the sales that have been happening in the last year are concentrated in the condo market. So we did see a decrease in sales year over year of detached existing homes. They're currently at 434,700 units. This is an annualized number, which is a 3.2% decrease year to date and almost 2% decrease year over year. I'm also, we can move forward. I'm also mention a couple statistics from the local areas from the Orange County. So in Orange County, the sales have been up. This is one of the stronger performing counties. It's been for a while. So year to date, the sales been up almost 5%, but on a year-to-year basis, the sales are down 5%. So as you can see from the state number and also for the county number, there has been a decrease in sales over the last year, which is something not sort of expected given how strongly how strongly the housing market has been performing. So what has been done going very well, if we can move forward, is the median price of existing homes. So on one hand, we've had a very constrained market which constrained the sales, but that has led to a very significant increase in home prices. So home prices are almost 30% year over year for California, for the whole state. In some markets, housing prices are well above the peak that we saw in 2006 and 2007. Not Orange County. Orange County is up 17% year over year. The median price is $665,000 almost. It's still not at the peak level, but places that are at the peak level, for example, are the Bay Area, particularly. So next thing I'm going to talk about is the. We can move forward. Another one. So you can, if you can. So what happened over the last year? You can actually go the whole. There's going to be 4. Yes. And one more. So this slide shows shares of sales that are equity sales. That means that person had equity, so it's a traditional sales. And then 2 types of distressed sales, short sales, and REOs. REOs is the green line, if you can sort of see what the green part is. But as you can see, from January of 2009 to today, share of distressed sales went from comprising almost 70% of the market, so two-thirds of the market, to today we have equity sales at over 80%. So there has been significant shift from the types of sales that they've been seeing, and that is why that on one hand impacted the home prices. On the other hand, because of the restriction in the distressed sale market, that impacted the level of sales, so that's why we saw fewer sales.
Let me ask you on that point, because of the restriction in the distress sales, is that because of the homeowner's Bill of Rights, or why?
Well, so I included the red line here, which delineates the January 2013 implementation. Since the levels of distress sales has been going down for a long period of time, as you can see from all the way from January of 2009 to today, this is the REOs. It's been on consistent downward sloping pattern, so it's hard to tell that based on my data. Maybe Sean has different input on that, but it's hard to tell that this was specifically caused by the bill. The lack of distress inventory.
So it's lack of distress inventory, but again, so you won't know it's because of the bill, or just the fact that maybe a lot of the investors have locked up a lot of these, or just essentially folks are able to keep their homes now and are no longer selling?
Exactly. It's very hard. Only thing we know from our data is that there has been much less REO inventory out there, and that caused sales to sort of come to a halt in many areas, particularly in areas where there has been a lot of the market comprised of distressed properties for a long period of time. So on one hand, yes, there was a lot of investor sales that sort of swooped up all that REO inventory, and based on the surveys that we did of our membership, who sold properties to investors, and also other investor surveys, investors have a strategy of buying and holding now. They're not flipping the same way that they used to do in previous markets. So that has been one cause of the constrained inventory. On the other hand, a lot of underwater homeowners there's still over 20% of underwater homeowners, so they are not able to list, and that's about, I think, 2 million homeowners in California. 1.5.
So those are not distressed homeowners, those just homeowners that have their homes, maybe they want to sell,
Yeah.
but because of negative equity, then they're not going to be letting those properties go until they have positive equity.
Yes, that's true, exactly. And then one thing that's specific to realtors is that a lot of sales have been going off MLS, so being private sales between realtors, so that would impact our data. It will make it look like there's fewer sales, but it's only because we are not able to track those sales.
Let me ask you a question. This is off, but very much on point in terms of my legislative thinking. I've talked to a lot of my local realtors, and what you said is these off MLS sales are beginning to be a problem.
Yes.
I guess there's nothing wrong if Lou goes out and sells his house to his neighbor.
Well,
But it sounds to me here what we're talking about is a realtor who takes a listing,
exactly.
and I believe part of your agreement is you take a listing, you're supposed to put it in the multiple listing service
Exactly.
and open it up for the greater market to bid on.
Mm-hmm.
And yet what's really happening is, for whatever reason, these individuals are essentially selling it to somebody else. essentially making commission on the listing and the selling side. And my concern is what you're doing is really taking a property and possibly not doing justice to the seller, because if you were to open up that property to an MLS bidding process, then the selling price of that property could actually be higher.
Yes, that's true, and this is something that our association, California Association of Realtors, has been strongly opposing and educating both realtors and buyers of a disadvantage of this type of transactions. So we are, very aware. It's really a buyer who can opt out. If a realtor is very convincing and he can opt out to have a property listed on MLS, though most of the boards, realtor boards require, so they're by their ethical standards required to put it on MLS.
But what's the enforcement mechanism?
I think there's a fine.
Okay. I'm sorry, continue.
That's okay. So, so one of the major things that has been going on in the market is this change in the types of sales. So, you can actually, so this slide shows you just year over year the difference in equity sales, short sales, and REOs. So REOs are down 70% year over year, where equity sales are up 30%. And then short sales, the thing between the short sales and equity sales is that because the prices have been going up, and as I said, 30% up, some of the sales that have been previously short sales are now equity sales. So there's a little bit of on and off going on between short sales and equity sales. The next few slides I'm going to show you is this is the same type of information, so we can actually skip through that. And now this one, I also included for the local Southern California counties, the ratios of sales between equity short sales and REO. So just you can see that it's naturally not even across the state. So I'm trying to show at the for the Southern California market. So you can see for Los Angeles, REOs went from about 50% to about 3% today, and then equity sales are above again 80%. The next market is Orange County market, which is one of the lowest REOs. So it's 1.3% REOs. That's again from 45% almost in January '09. The next market is Riverside. That is still a bit of a problematic market, but still you can see the improvement in at least the REO share. So it's at about 5%. And then the last one is San Bernardino. Well, I have San Diego, but we can skip through that. And so just to point out, I have a lot of slides, so I don't want to occupy too much of your time. But as I said, because of the change in the type of sales, and because the equity sales did not come at the pace at which they would maintain the levels of sales for the state, the inventory, and that caused the inventory to go down so significantly. So inventory is currently at about 3.1 months. Then when you break down the inventory between the three types of sales, equity sales are 3 months, but REO sales are at 2 months. And then if you take out the contingent sales or sales with a contract, we are at less than a month for REO sales and short sales. And so the question why the inventory is so low, on one hand, we had a lot of international buyers coming into the California market in particular, I mean, across the nation as well, but particularly in the California market. So they took a lot of inventories off, a lot of properties off the market. Investors, because of the very low rates, and then on the supply side, we also have the lowest construction in 5 years. So we are at maybe 20% of what we would need to meet up the population growth. underwater homeowners are still stuck. Investors are renting instead of flipping, off MLS listings, as I mentioned, and then the foreclosure pipeline being dried up. So.
Can I ask you about the international investors?
Sure.
We saw that in the 1990s with an influx of primarily Japanese money, and symbolized by purchase of big trophy properties, and some residential. Do you see more? Where do you see this movement of international investors? Are it folks looking to buy trophy properties, or are people looking to buy homes here to retire? Or-
Yeah, I mean, at both ends, we see a lot of activity on commercial side with the trophy properties, as you mentioned, but then a lot of residential properties. And I think what's going on is that, you know, U.S. real estate is relatively safe in terms of your property rights. No, if you buy it, nobody's going to take that money away. So a lot of money is actually coming from China and India, and my suspicion is it's a safer place to put your money is in the U.S. real estate market, and California is particular of interest to them because of the proximity and I think the price, just price appreciation over historically. So they are buying for retirement purposes. They're buying for their children who go to colleges here. It's for their families, but it's a really significant number of transactions.
How much is that? I've heard driven by the $500,000 investment and, you know, the visa, being able to obtain a visa. Do you know?
Yeah, it's hard for us. We weren't able to make that connection, but there is a suspicion of that, but we weren't able to make that connection, so I wouldn't be able to answer that.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Senator Calderon, do you have any questions? No. Thank you much, Dr. Hebb. We'll move on to our next presenter, Mr. Sean O'Toole. Welcome, sir.
Thank you for having me. You can skip the next one. All right, we'll start with foreclosure filings, which are certainly way down. Notices of default, which is the first stage of the foreclosure process, down 49% year over year. And that's nearly 85% below the peak. I called out a number of things on this slide, starting with Senate Bill 1137, which was one of the first bills focused on the foreclosure crisis. And you can see these all have something similar in common, which is they cause an immediate drop as they go into effect, and then a follow-on rebound. The California Prevention Act was specifically that one affected notices of trustee sale, which is the blue line, and had just a very brief 1 month direct impact. And I think that's largely because most of the servicers had exemptions. The National Mortgage Settlement there at the beginning of 2012, and then the Homeowner Bill of Rights at the beginning of 2013. So while in the immediate aftermath, most of these things start to recover, I would say, you know, in total, you can see there's a very big change in the trend. I also want to call your attention to the next slide. Just pay attention, visualize that slide, and you notice the blue line's quite a bit higher than the green line, whereas in Orange County here, they're more aligned. Now, traditionally, you have a notice of default filed, and then some percentage of those go to the second stage, notice of trustee sale. And so that tracks up through, you know, September 2008 here quite nicely. And in the previous slide, you notice notices of trustee sale end up quite higher than notices of default. And the reason for that is that once a notice of default is filed and a notice of trustee sale is filed, if that sale is canceled for some reason and brought back, the notice of default does not need to be refiled. So you see this trend of the higher blue line. You see it more statewide, though, than you do in Orange County. And I'll continue to kind of call out these differences where Orange County is a little different. Next slide, please. So, sorry, a lot of information on this slide. The bar chart is foreclosure sales, peaking out just under 25,000 a couple of times, both in 2008 and beginning of 2011. And then the dark red line is time to foreclose, which we can see was really stayed around 130, 140 days, kind of historically, and in September of 2008 started to change and go dramatically up. So September 2008, a lot happened. Senate Bill 1137, as I just mentioned, Fannie and Freddie went into conservatorship and began slowing foreclosures. And then also the Paulson Plan, which had quite a few things in it, including the Treasury buying and the Fed buying mortgage-backed securities, the institution of mark-to-model accounting, which took a little while to take effect, but I think probably had the biggest impact on the foreclosure crisis of any single change, and as well as a beginning of a drop in interest rates, which obviously helped the housing market in other ways. And simply the buying of mortgage-backed securities kept the housing market alive because the private market went away. The HAMP moratoriums, most of the servicers, you see that big drop in early 2009, combined with an increase, at first an increase in the time to foreclose and then a decrease, because the only ones they were foreclosing on during the drop were ones that were clearly problematic. So there was a drop in that time to foreclose. You see a similar thing at the beginning of robo-signing. The servicers reacted by many of them putting in place moratoriums. Bank of America almost stopped completely. Interesting on the National Mortgage Settlement, it shares a lot in common with the Homeowner Bill of Rights, was there was a little push, the pre-settlement cleanup, I call it, the month before the National Mortgage Settlement went into effect, and we see the time to foreclose drop and the number of foreclosures bounce. And then we see the number of foreclosures drop and time to foreclose go back up as the National Mortgage Settlement goes into effect. And same thing with the Homeowners Bill of Rights. Now, one thing kind of complicating the data in terms of how well the Homeowners Bill of Rights is, or how the Homeowner Bill of Rights is impacting, is the OCC issued a letter in mid-2013, I think it was May, basically admonishing the banks to use more caution in the foreclosure process, and a number of the banks slowed foreclosures due to that, and time to foreclose increased dramatically right then, where only the older foreclosures were being foreclosed on. The next slide is Orange County. Similar, though you notice the foreclosures clearly peaked in 2008 and were lower after that. And move to the next slide. And this slide, I just compared Riverside to Orange County. And if you notice, it takes right now about 100 days longer for a foreclosure to occur in Orange County than in Riverside. And we've looked at this a number of different ways. You can look at it throughout the state based on price. Obviously, there's a difference in home prices in Riverside versus Orange County. The banks far more quickly foreclose on lower-end properties than higher-end properties, and in lower-income neighborhoods than higher-income neighborhoods. And we see that throughout the state. We also see, and we believe that is directly related to mark-to-model accounting, where those smaller losses are easier for the banks. The banks do want to clean up their books, we believe, and they're quick to clean up the stuff where the smaller losses are, and they're more likely to hold on to where there's larger losses. We can do a similar chart on first mortgages versus second mortgages. Banks,
Would that, I hear what you're saying, but
yeah.
large versus small, you're faster on the smaller properties out in Riverside. Does that have to do anything at all with the sophistication of the homeowner and asserting their defenses, the process?
You know, with where this began, which is it really started to separate right after mark-to-model accounting went into place, you know, we still tie it more to that than anything else. I didn't see, if anything, we have a lot of customers who are trustee sale investors. They're more likely to see a fight on eviction and on those things from the lower income households than the higher income households. They've been more likely to take advantage of legal services going in and out of bankruptcy multiple times and other
At the
kind of
lower end
typical,
and at the higher end.
Yes, sir.
Interesting.
So move on from there. I like this slide. This is all of the foreclosures in California to date, grouped by the quarter in which the loan was made. And we can see that basically this entire foreclosure crisis, as it's been called, settles around 3 years. Loans made between 2005, beginning of 2005 and the end of 2008. And, so that we didn't really have a big problem before, and we haven't had a big problem since. We have 3 years of lots of bad loans. Same thing from Orange County on the next slide.
Any reason, help me out here, what are the characteristics of those loans in those 3 years?
I think the key item here, and I think this has largely been lost, is the valuation of the property is the key issue. Now, we got to valuation of the property, in my opinion, through loosening of credit standards that allowed people. One of the most interesting things, I didn't include the slide, but in 2000, if you take the median income in California, and you used the kind of the most popular loan at the time, a 30-year fixed, I think it was around 7%, you actually hit the median price of around $250,000. If at the peak in 2006, you take the median income in California, you qualify that person for a fairly popular loan at that time, which was a pay option arm with a teaser rate where you qualified at the lowest possible payment, that same borrower could now afford $550,000. And while not everybody got that loan, I believe the fact that people could get that loan drove prices. And you see that it actually tracks perfectly every year as we go from a 30-year fixed to the 5/1 interest only, to the pay option, to the increase in debt-to-income ratios, and the rest. We had a credit bubble, plain and simple in my mind, and it really peaked in those 3 years.
It's a heck of a correlation model there.
Yeah.
Foreclosures, so that correlates foreclosure to the origination
Exactly.
time period of the loan.
Exactly. And we see, before and after that period, you get fairly normal rates of foreclosure, where, it would not have been anything that would have gotten anybody excited at all outside of the loans of those 3 years.
Thank you.
Same thing for Orange County. The next page, I've just talked briefly about, one more, trustee sales by purchaser. You can see that prior to 2009, third-party investors buying properties at the courthouse, were largely non-existent. Almost all of the properties went back to the bank. This, led to this whole concept of shadow inventory, kind of late 2008, that big red line going up. The banks were taking back all those properties, couldn't even get them onto the market, and the banks were starting to hold an awful lot of property. By the end of 2009, almost all of that property was gone. I don't have a slide on that, but between the changes in 2008 and then investors coming in 2009 and really starting to buy up a lot of properties, it really took away that shadow inventory, and we really haven't had a shadow inventory of bank-owned homes since. We can talk about delinquencies and negative equity separately.
So the bank's taking back the property versus investors at the courthouse steps, function of valuation of the property, so you get a better deal?
Yeah, so in early on, pre kind of mid-2008, under Civil Code 2924, when the bank takes the property to sale, the most they can take it to sale for is the total amount they're owed. So that's the loan amount plus past due payments plus foreclosure fees. And up until kind of mid-2008, banks typically took every foreclosure to sale at that price. So as an investor, everything had a price at the foreclosure steps that was far above what the property was worth. So it was very hard for investors to buy anything. Mid-2008, the bank said, wow, we're getting a lot of these. Let's start lowering the opening bids to try to attract investors. And when they lowered those opening bids, it made it lucrative for investors to come in, buy those properties, and resell them. Then we see a big change in 2011 with a much higher percentage of the total going to third parties, and that's really when we started to see the institutional investors come in and buy at trustee sale, and they would actually pay above market or at market at the trustee sale because the return on investment on the rental itself was so good, and it largely put the flippers that operate down at the courthouse steps out of business, or made them focus on more unique properties that weren't attractive to the institutional investors. Next slide. Same thing for Orange County. You can actually see the number of properties going to third parties is higher now than back to the banks.
How many of those institutional investors are foreign investors, or for most institutional investors, local investors?
Yeah, most of them are U.S. based. Quite a few here in Orange County area. They may get funds from overseas investors, but that's not clear.
So primarily the overseas investors are folks looking, again, to buy the single-family residence for retirement and for the children.
Through a
The
realtor.
institutional investors are looking for return on those investments, primarily through rental income as opposed to flipping the property.
And we've certainly seen quite a few, the large institutional, but we've also seen smaller investors. I have a customer, Richard, in Sonoma, who got wiped out by the financial crisis, went down to the courthouse steps with his last little bit of money and has built up a nice little rental pool and rescued his retirement. So, the face of foreclosure investors, even auction investors, varies quite a bit.
Thank you.
On to the next slide. So trustee sale cancellation. So this is after the notice of trustee sale. They have to announce a cancellation if they cancel the sale. And I think this one's just interesting because this is one of the places where the Homeowner Bill of Rights has had the clearest impact was in the lead up to the Homeowner Bill of Rights and the ending of dual tracking, right? Before the National Mortgage Settlement and the Homeowner Bill of Rights, dual tracking was far more common. And they'd keep the foreclosure going and postpone the person month to month instead of canceling the foreclosure. And both before the National Mortgage Settlement and the Homeowner Bill of Rights, they had a large number of cancellations of pending foreclosures.
So in your opinion, the ending of dual tracking and just single point of contact, so to speak, it was actually something positive for the market then?
It certainly cleaned up a lot of foreclosures, and frankly, it was even helpful for the trustee sale investors because as a trustee sale investor, to go to the courthouse steps every day, only to have it postponed and not know that it's being postponed because the person's in an active loan modification, you're just wasting everybody's time. So I think that was definitely a positive outcome.
Thank you.
Next slide, foreclosure inventories. Just go ahead and skip one more. That's just California. So this is the total number of properties. The red line is the number of properties that the banks actually hold at that particular moment of time. The green is an estimate of how many properties were in pre-foreclosure, and that is just an estimate. The blue line is the number that were scheduled for sale. So these are folks, knocking right at the door of foreclosure, the blue line is. You can see the trend is very clearly down across the board. But really on the banks taking back property and on foreclosures overall, the Paulson plan really was, I think, the turning point with the government stepping in with mark to model and things like that really is what had the biggest overall impact on foreclosures as a whole. And that's not to say the other things didn't have some impact as well, but I think that was clearly the turning point. So mark to model accounting, prior to it really was implemented in 2009. In fact, the Federal Accounting Standards Board didn't want to make the change, and Congress threatened to remove their charter if they didn't. But prior to 2009, if I had a loan at $400,000 and the property was now $250,000, I, as the bank, had to take that $150,000 write-down. I'm oversimplifying here, but now we're able to say there's a model that says, well, a high number of my loans are still performing. And if I put them into a loan modification, not a principal balance loan modification, this was actually one of the problems, in my opinion, why we didn't see more principal balance loan modifications was the implementation of this rule, is if we can see someday, maybe if we give folks low payments for a while, someday we'll get all of our money back. Now we can just say the model says we're only going to lose 10% on these properties. And because we're only going to lose 10% on these properties and we can leave them in foreclosure, or leave them even non-paying and delay the time. This is when we saw delays in foreclosure, that time to foreclose start to skyrocket. We saw the number of delinquencies, yet not in foreclosures, start to skyrocket. Kind of the world shifted right then with the implementation, because the banks could basically appear to have more capital than they did because they didn't have to mark these loans down. And that really slowed and dramatically changed the foreclosure process. And if anything, I think we saw foreclosures more because banks were worried about fines over blight and things like that after that point.
Thank you.
If we move forward, this is just again Orange County. You can see that, again, the foreclosures peaked in 2008 and did not rise again as much in Orange County as they did elsewhere. Next slide. So this is a different graph of the distress sales graphs that we saw Selma have. The thing I'd like to point out here is when the national mortgage settlement went into place, one of the best things about the settlement was it really incentivized lenders to do short sales, and that really made 2012 the year of the short sale, and that helped clean up a lot of negative equity. But at the end of 2012, most of the banks had fulfilled their settlement requirements under the $25 billion portion, and so we saw a big drop in short sales. And we don't believe that is primarily due to improvement in the market. We believe that instead was due to the fulfillment of the settlement and concern over Senate Bill 30, which was to alleviates the tax on forgiven debt in California, which is true nationally, but not in California. And we believe that's the primary thing that's brought short sales down in California, rather than a fundamental improvement in the market. Not to say the market isn't improving, but I think that's specifically impacting short sales.
Say that again.
So the combination of the end of the national mortgage settlement, where banks were incentivized financially to do short sales,
Right.
and we had Senate Bill 30, which was to enact the same forgiveness of tax on
the phantom gain.
on their
Short
phantom
sale.
gain, which didn't pass, and now we see short sales even more dramatically slowing down, because I think early on in the year everybody assumed that was a fait accompli, was going to pass for sure, and obviously now that it hasn't, I think we have around 100,000 panicked short sellers in California who sold their home believing it would, and I think that's going to continue to hurt short sales, which is a good lead into my next slide. Which one more. This is Orange County. Which I'd still say there's been a lot of focus on foreclosures, but the real problem was always negative equity, and it was negative equity caused by those 3 years of bad lending. And as bad as foreclosures are compared to principal balance loan modifications, which are principal balance reduction loan modifications, which are certainly a better outcome, which I think are being slowed down by mark to model. Short sales, which right now are being slowed down by the failure to pass SB 30, and foreclosures, again, impacted. We still have an awful lot of folks underwater now, really with no way out. The banks aren't foreclosing on them. If they short sale, they're going to get penalized with a tax. And as far as we are along in this, we still have 20% of our homeowners with a mortgage that are underwater, 13% that are significantly underwater. We have 340,000 folks households that can't afford their payment, and that's 22% of those that are underwater and that are not making their payment currently, and with really no options at the moment. So I would just, with all the focus on foreclosures, I think negative equity's really been the problem all along. And foreclosure in California is a solution to that problem, although it's not the best one. And it is in California. California happens to be the most consumer-friendly foreclosure in the world. If you compare it to even countries like Spain, you can never get out of your mortgage debt in Spain. No bankruptcy, no anything. You have to pay it off for life.
Mr. Chairman, may I
Please.
add to this? Getting back to this SB 30 uh, failure to pass, this was clearly, as actually was my bill. And it was the realtor's number one priority, of course. This is clearly a case where politics came before homeowners, and it's sad that it ended up that way. It was entirely out of my control. However, there is hope because we can come back in January, do an urgency bill, and provide a retroactive tax break for people for this year, and then, of course, hopefully incentivize those people that are in those situations to short sale to continue on, and that might, add to the success, of the short sale market.
We'd certainly love to see that happen.
Yeah.
Thank you. If you said that negative equity is really the issue here, so given the rate of appreciation or not right now, how long do you think we'll continue to have this challenge?
Well, the interesting thing there is that is a double-edged sword, right? So if we return to 2006 prices, without wage inflation, and really with good lending practice, you need wage of inflation of almost 100% to return to 2006 prices. I think that's the piece that's lost. As prices go up, affordability goes down, right? As prices go up, we get closer and closer to having this problem again. And if we get to prices going up by withholding inventory from the market, we're just creating another bubble. And I'm not saying we're in bubble territory now, but that is a balance. You can't have both price appreciation and affordability, right? Those two fundamentally work against each other. And I think that's something that gets lost. For the folks that are significantly to severely underwater, if we have appreciation sufficient to rescue them, we definitely have another bubble.
If I may also add, with the severely underwater significantly, a lot of those are 150% LTV or above, or majority are, so that would require quite a significant price appreciation.
150% loan to value.
That's where you get into the severely underwater. Significantly, yeah.
So it sounds like then Senator Calderon's suggestion is probably the solution for the interim, which is bring back Senate Bill 30.
Short sales is absolutely, it's one of the cleanest ways out of it. Would love to see, principal balance, loan modifications across the board. But, honestly, the thing that's keeping you from that is the Federal Reserve and federal policies around mark-to-model accounting and the rest. They've done more to help the large banks, I think, keep in place second mortgages and other things that are really the impediment to clearing that up. And I don't personally see anything at the state level that can be done to force that change.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Calderon, questions?
Just one last follow-up question for Ms. Hep. Wanted to clarify, you in regards to the multiple listings that you track and those cases where those listings are not recorded, you said it was the buyer's opt-in or opt-out choice?
Well, in some cases, a realtor may provide a disclosure where he's informing the buyer that the property is not going to go on the MLS. But the question is, does the buyer even read that? With all the disclosures that they sign, I don't know quite how aware of that problem.
Okay, thank
Can
you.
I add one thing on
sure.
that? One thing that we saw last year with short sales is for the first time we saw short sales on folks that weren't in distress, that they'd made all their payments. And one thing that we saw a lot of, because we help realtors find folks that are in a situation where they may need a short sale, is we found an awful lot of prominent local folks, whether it would be police chiefs or attorneys or doctors or others, start to come out of the woodwork to do short sales that were in that severely underwater category. And they did not want their properties listed, and so they would you know,
I see.
it was disclosed to them, and I'm not saying there aren't some bad actors that are trying to do pocket listings to double in properties for themselves. I think that exists. But there was this whole other category of folks that wanted to do a short sale but didn't want anybody to know about it.
Got it.
Those are probably more the exception than probably the rule, I'd imagine.
You'd be surprised.
Be surprised, huh?
Yeah, as you start talking to folks, whether it's, you know, given my role in foreclosures, I have a lot of folks come up to me that, you know, probably haven't told their mom. And you'd be surprised at the number of folks that are in this situation from all walks of life, and that many of them don't want people to know.
Like Ms. Hepp said, most of those folks are not sure when you're signing that waiver or not. So,
Right.
Yeah, I think
And
disclosure
also,
here is full disclosure.
based on anecdotal evidence, this happens more among high-end properties, so it would be, it kind of supports Sean's argument.
the desire not to disclose.
Yes.
Yeah, I think the average person who's losing their property wants the highest, and I think the bank as well. I mean, if you're underwater, doesn't that bring in other issues of possible fraud when you're selling a property possibly under fair market value? That could be determined by a true bidding process in an open market.
Some of the banks have actually started using, as an example, auction.com, and after they get a short sale, and the buyer and the seller have agreed on a price, but before the bank signs off on it, they'll put it up for auction just to make sure that it's had a fair market value.
Kind of a gut
vetting.
check to make sure you're there. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll bring our second set of panelists up here. Oversight of Homeowners Bill of Rights, the implementation, a view from sponsors, guarantees, and California's primary lending regulations. We have Ms. Catherine Porter, Kent Chan, and Mr. John Hanna. Welcome, sir. You get the price for traveling the furthest to this hearing, I guess, is that 1 or 2 miles? Welcome.
Very close.
Ms. Porter, good to see you. Would you like to start off, please?
Yes. I'm going to have Alex from my office pull up some slides to illustrate the first part of what I want to talk about, which is a bit of a report to you all about where the national mortgage settlement is at this point and where it's going and what's been done and what's been accomplished and what still needs to be done. So to remind everybody, the national mortgage settlement was announced in February of 2012. It was $25 billion was the estimated price tag put on it at the national level. Attorney General Kamala Harris, oops, I forgot. Before I start talking, I'm supposed to remind you, I'm not Attorney General Kamala Harris, and I'm speaking here today as the California Monitor, a grantee. I'm not her. Don't hold anything I say against her. Okay, so back to what I was saying.
You're not speaking for her today, is
No,
what you're saying.
I'm not. So,
Thank
and I'm obviously not her. So this doesn't ever come up, but I'm required to say that. So I don't want to get a nasty gram from Michael Troncoso. Okay, so the $25 billion was the national part. Those were the 5 servicers that signed on: Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Chase, Citibank, and Ally, the nation's 5 largest servicers. Attorney General Harris, that $25 billion included 2 big things. The loan modification relief, okay, which is a broad spectrum of kinds of activities banks can do. The big focus was on that first lien principal reduction, the sort of holy grail of loan modifications, but there's a lot of different kinds of things in that $25 billion. And then the second part, which is very directly related to the Homeowner Bill of Rights, was the servicing standard reforms, the changes in practice. So I'm going to talk about both of those. As part of the, Alex, you gotta watch me. As part of the next, keep going. As part of the menu of relief, it broke out about $17 billion in loss mitigation and about $3 billion in a refinance program. Importantly, based on what we just heard about the California real estate market, the refinance program was open to current borrowers who were current on their payments but who were underwater. And so that was a sort of a niche of people who had not been getting any help, who potentially were going to maybe strategically default, walk away, try to do a short sale, something else, and these programs let them refinance, lower their payments, and stay in their home. So that was one of the sort of special programs. Total settlement relief, this is what's been
Can I
given
ask
out.
you, were those HARP refis?
No, special, separate from HARP. So HARP is for Fannie and Freddie. The program that I just described to you was only open to loans that were both owned and serviced by one of the 5 banks.
Okay.
So your servicer needed to be Bank of America and your owner needed to be Bank of America. So if you think about the market, that leaves a group that doesn't have an option. Okay, so the Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac people, they have HARP. If you were owned and serviced by one of these big 5, you got help under the National Mortgage Settlement. If you are serviced by somebody and in a private label securitization, you're still waiting for help. So that's a population that's proven hard to reach because it's about bringing the investors to the table, and it's been difficult to do that. This is a really happy story. We got a headline that I guess made some other AGs sad, but I kind of liked it, that was called "The State That Ate the National Mortgage Settlement," and that was us, California. So we've gotten 41% of the total relief that's come in. That's an estimate so far. So our state has fared very, very well. There are several reasons for that. Nobody can know for sure. I think that the work that the legislature and General Harris did around the Homeowner Bill of Rights helped keep this issue in the news, helped make homeowners aware that help might be on the way. My program did, I think, 47 outreach events throughout the state last year, trying to make sure a lot of the folks that you're going to be hearing from this afternoon are people that I've talked to and worked with, trying to get help to homeowners. So, and then the other thing is the banks tell me that the fact that California has a non-judicial process and that the wheels are turning, they may have had some stops and starts, but that the foreclosure process here is moving, unlike in Florida where it's really, really, really slow, causes people to take action in response to notifications and opportunities. So the uptake from California homeowners was much higher. So if they got a solicitation as part of the National Mortgage Settlement, Californians opened those and took advantage of those at a higher rate. Okay, so here's the takeaway of the California agreement. So as part of the $25 billion national agreement, Attorney General Harris secured a separate standalone agreement. It was between the state of California and the nation's 3 largest servicers. This is distinct from the National Mortgage Settlement. The same homeowner who's helped could be counted under each, but the kind of what counts and the method of accounting is very different. So the bottom line takeaway here is really a good one. The promise was $12 billion from Bank of America, JP Morgan Chase, and Wells Fargo, and what they've delivered so far is $18 billion. So they went 50% beyond. So what we've seen is from every single bank, and you can see Bank of America took on a sort of oversized, or maybe it's appropriately sized, but certainly larger, disproportionate is the right word, promise. They also went well beyond it. So 12 billion total was the promise, 18 billion is where we wound up. So how does this break out? In California, hang on. This is the wrong slideshow. So
While you're at a break there, let me clarify. There's also some discussion about or settlement involving direct payments to California. I think we received $411 million in direct payments from the 5 signatories, and then $10 million that goes to the AG's office to implement some programs and fund programs. Where does that come in out of the 18? Is that above and beyond, or is that part of the 18?
So the $411 million that you referred to was part of the national agreement.
I see.
So it was not part of the separate California agreement. So like you said, of that $400 million, 9 something of it was delivered to community assistance grantees. Another chunk of it was delivered to the Homeowner Bill of Rights grantee. And so that money was delivered separately as part of the national agreement. So here's the promises. That's a good place. Here's the promises. Here's where we delivered. So every bank going well beyond what was promised under the California agreement. types of relief. So back when this agreement started to roll out, there was a lot of concern about the sort of number of short sales. It's clear that banks did a lot of short sales in 2012. I would agree that 2012 was perhaps the year of the short sale, but I would also tell you that part of what I did was ask for data from the banks seeing their trend in short sales. And when you look at each given bank, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, there is a very steady, steady rate of short sales. So there was no sort of wait, national mortgage settlement, go. They were doing a very heavy volume of short sales in the fall of 2011 into the winter of 2011, and they just kept on going. And what we said in September, about a year ago, was there's going to be more first lien and more second lien principal forgiveness, but those programs take time. The banks have to design them. Right? Short sales was something they were already doing and was already on the upswing in 2011. So what do we see as of today? About half the relief is short sales and half the relief is first and second mortgage principal forgiveness. So one way to look at this is to say, oh, gee, half of it's short sales. That's clearly true. The other way to look at it is to say, well, the Attorney General asked them to do $12 billion total, and of that $12 billion, 75% of that $12 billion promise, that is $9 billion, was first and second lien principal reduction. So could more be done? Absolutely. But from my perspective, and I've been working on these issues since 2005, this is the National Mortgage Settlement and the California Agreement is the first widespread, successful principal reduction program. So it got off the ground quickly. It was widespread in terms of where it reached across the state of California to homeowners, and it was delivered, really big dollars of value. So when we compare some of the other principal reduction programs, HAMP, principal reduction component, Keep Your Homes, principal reduction component, they have had more trouble getting off the ground. The settlement really did deliver big dollars. So these we can actually skip because we already kind of saw this, the same story everyone's said. Let's just go back to the beginning. So go back to the beginning and just leave it there. Go back to the beginning and leave it there. So the takeaway here is that the very large dollars were delivered. There were a total of 147,000 homeowners who got some kind of relief under the California agreement. Just the separate California agreement. Of those, 84,000 got first lien or second lien principal reductions. The average amount of relief was very large. It was larger than the Attorney General's office had expected. And so the average amount of a first mortgage principal reduction was $137,280. So what does that reflect? It reflects the population of people who have very serious LTV issues when they're coming into this process. The second mortgage reduction, the average was $90,000. You might wonder, gee, how does the second get almost as high as the first? And there's an answer, which is that Bank of America developed and rolled out a program here in California, and it was creditable under the California agreement, that completely forgave people's second mortgages. It was an opt-out program, and this goes to what I want to talk to you about, kind of the work that needs to be done. Homeowners got a letter. It said, if you don't contact us in 30 days, we forgive your second mortgage, and we report it as paid in full to the credit bureau. Very beneficial to the homeowner in terms of credit recovery, getting into an equity position, makes it easier to get a loan modification on the first because you don't have to negotiate with two entities. Does create some tax issues that we've already heard about, so I'm glad those are on your radar. So that's part of the reason the second mortgage program was so big, is Bank of America's uptake rate in California on this, if we don't hear from you, we wipe out your second mortgage. You're not going to be surprised to hear that 99% of people were happy with that. Okay, so.
And the 1% that were not.
Well, I asked about that, and I was told something that people with tinfoil on their heads, or people who, some people were, people who just sort of think that this is a scam, they're not sure about it, some people.
I think you would think it's a scam if somebody sent you that letter at home.
And this was a big part of what my office does, is we try to do outreach to advocates to help them know that these programs are coming, and then we've heard from over 4,000 Californians to date in our first 18 months of operation. So every homeowner who writes into the Attorney General's office with a mortgage problem relating to one of these 5 banks is routed to my office, and my office provides follow-up, intake, and assistance. So I have a staff of 12 people who work to provide direct assistance to these homeowners.
So you've heard from 4,000, any folks calling to complain about folks not complying with SB 900 or AB 278?
Yeah, so so of the 4,000, I should say, they're all calling to complain, sir. So we get very
They're all
few of
calling
them.
to complain.
We get very few of them calling just with good news. People with good news go about their life, which is great. So they're all calling with some kind of issue or question, or to complain. The way we track complaints, because we pre-existed the passage of the Homeowner Bill of Rights, my program was up and running as that bill was being negotiated and going through the legislature. We track complaints based on the type of issue the homeowner's having. And so we track at a very detailed level, are they having problems with a single point of contact? If so, what's the problem? Does the homeowner believe the person's not responding? Does the homeowner think the person's rude? Does the homeowner think the person is giving them inaccurate information? Same thing with dual tracking, right? What is the nature of the homeowner's complaint? Sort of how did it come about? If it's a loan modification problem, is it that you lost my documents? Is it that you keep asking me to send the same things in? Is it, right? So we have very, very detailed granular data, and I have found that those data extremely effective in talking with the banks about improvements in processes. So the banks will often say, please don't do death by anecdote, right? Please don't take one anecdote, one homeowner, and then say that that's how I run my entire business. We've developed death by data. So we're able to say, well, here's 300. What are you going to do about that? It's a very different conversation. So in terms of one of the things that I was asked to talk about is, are banks aware of homeowners? And how are banks doing in communicating with homeowners? So in my experience, I only work with these 5 very large banks. They're very sophisticated. They're well aware of the Homeowner Bill of Rights. It's very much on their mind, harmonizing the Homeowner Bill of Rights with the National Mortgage Settlement. We have not heard really much of any pushback or complaining. These entities were, by and large, already doing even more than the Homeowner Bill of Rights because of their obligations under the National Mortgage Settlement. So that's not been a problem. In terms, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, may I?
Please, go ahead.
Katie, who's looking after the homeowners who are not being serviced by the 5 signatories?
Right. So the homeowners, so this is something that we're working on. So right now, if you're a homeowner whose bank is not one of these 5, if you write to the AG directly, the AG's office sends a letter giving you referrals to the free head counselors, to the legal aid number, to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Kent will say more about what his program does, but a lot of that is focused on interfacing with lawyers. So one of the things that I think needs to be done and that the AG's office has asked me to work on this fall and next spring is helping the AG's office build out their system for reviewing and responding to all consumer complaints. We're going to start with we're going to move from these 5 mortgage companies to all mortgage companies, and from all mortgage companies, hopefully to all consumer complaints. Because the idea is we think Californians, I should say because I'm working on this, I think Californians who write to their leading law enforcement official and ask for help.
What percentage of the loans would be outside the 5 banks?
I think in California, for first mortgages, and I'm not the exact right person to ask for this, the people you had up before this can probably give a better answer, but I think the top 5 cover well over half the market and maybe closer to 75% of the market.
Still have, what, about 40% out there?
Yeah, I mean, it's 25 to 40%, depending on whether you're looking at first or seconds.
So, I'm going to ask, why have we waited for 2 years to get there?
Well, so the
Cover
homeowner,
the other 40%.
Right, so 2 reasons. One is that my job, first and foremost, is to make sure the National Mortgage Settlement and the California Agreement and the obligations those big 5 took on, that I am holding their feet to the fire every day. that's a big job. And I take a lot, I've worked really hard to do a good job of it. I was recently called a pain in the ass, I'm very proud to report, by one of our nation's largest financial institutions after they caved and gave Californians what they deserve. So part of the reason is focus on the settlement because the settlement came first. It preceded the Homeowner Bill of Rights, and I was up and running doing that. The other reason is that the idea is in part that these 5 servicers are sort of, what we're trying to deal with here is reform an entire industry. That's really what the Homeowner Bill of Rights is about changing industry practice. And the way you typically do that is you get the biggest players to start making changes, and that causes their service providers and the others that they work with, like foreclosure trustees, door knockers, debt collection agencies, realtors. You start changing the process with the biggest servicers, and the others follow because that becomes industry practice. So that's one of the reasons. And the other reason is the Homeowner Bill of Rights has been effective now just 9 months. So we haven't had 2 years of the Homeowner Bill of Rights being in effect yet. We've had 1.5 years of the National Mortgage Settlement being in effect. So the goal is to start to move the kinds of services that we provide homeowners, which we think are unprecedented in the nation in terms of a state's attorney general's office.
So if I'm one of the 40%, and I would be calling your office today.
If you would be calling our office, somebody would read your complaint, and we would figure out what your issue was, might call you back to do more intake, particularly if you had a language barrier or difficulty in communication, you were a service member, if you were a senior, and then we would make a referral to a HUD-certified housing counselor if your issue was trying to get through the loan modification process, or to legal aid. We also make sure those get kicked back up to the AG's office where they're recorded, and the AG's office can be keeping track of those smaller servicers and seeing what kinds of behaviors and complaints are coming in about them. So what we're really looking at is we've built a model that provides this very significant amount of high-touch relief to homeowners, and we're trying to scale it out now to apply across all servicers. So one of the things that I was...
Let me ask you, just one of the complaints I've heard from one of my constituents is that Big Five sells the loan servicing to another individual, and at that point, they don't have to comply with the settlement.
So one of the areas is exactly where I was going, which is problems that have largely gone away and problems that are still here. So let me give you the good news on problems that are go away.
Good news and the bad news?
You won't be
Start with the
surprised
good news.
that problems still here have to do with servicing transfer. So things where I think we have seen dramatic improvement as a combination of the Homeowner Bill of Rights and the National Mortgage Settlement. We have many fewer complaints about lost documents. Truly lost. The dog ate my homework, I keep sending it in. True dual tracking. That is, the homeowner really did have a fully complete application and the bank went ahead. Those are relatively rare, can count them on less than 2 hands, and my office has gotten a full rescission and got those houses back. And those really have been, the bank has been able to explain a true one-off glitch. Inconsistent information from different people on the phone. So the phone people the single points of contact tend to have a consistent message, and people tend to get the same person when they call. Written loan modifications, so people being given a written document explaining what they're getting into, and then moving people out of trial into permanent modifications promptly. Those are areas, not going to say they're perfect, they're certainly not, but where I've seen big improvement from where we were in 2010, 2011, even early 2012. Problems that are still there. Document collection. So homeowners, to get a loan modification, have to submit a number of documents. There's no fixed checklist. What I would need to submit is different than what Kent would need to submit, which is different than what Eileen would need to submit. That's a big burden on housing counselors, and it's a very big burden on consumers to figure that out. We get a lot of complaints about dual tracking. When we talk to the homeowner, we talk to the bank, we gather the documents, what we find is a lot of homeowners believe they're being dual tracked because they believe the protections are greater than what they are. So homeowners are under the impression that if they've called their bank and said, I want a loan modification, or maybe they've submitted an application for a loan modification, but they haven't sent in some of the supporting documents, they're under the impression that they are protected at that point. I actually think it's questionable that they might be under the Homeowner Bill of Rights. That's a legal interpretation issue. But under the National Mortgage Settlement, they're pretty clearly not, right? So one of the big things I've written about, and you can get this report, is what I call the complete application problem. How do we help people get to a complete application? And how do we, because they're not protected right now under law until they have. And so that's an area where I've seen the banks do some big improvements, and I'll just quickly say what they're working on. Chase is developing a better intake system. So they're going to be able to ask better, more detailed questions the first time the homeowner calls up. So they can tell you better right then and there what you're going to need to submit. Bank of America is revising how they create what they call the additional document letters. So we had some examples that we talked about in our report from all the banks where they would write back to someone and say, thank you for sending in your tax returns. These are either incomplete, missing, or illegible. Hard to know which one to fix if you don't know which is the problem that it's missing, is my problem that it's incomplete, is my problem that it's illegible, and the homeowner would simply not knowing send the exact same document back in again and get the exact same letter. So they're developing a much more sophisticated system using some charts and organizing information better to help homeowners know what is the next step they need to take to get that loan modification complete. The banks have also developed something. This is all in the process. Nobody back there is going to say they've seen this out yet because it's being rolled out in this fall. But another big thing is they've identified something, and the name escapes me, so I'm going to kind of butcher it. But it's basically like your life is messy, like complicated, complex modifications. And the idea here is you're not a homeowner with one job we are getting issued W-2s. You're maybe a homeowner who's got a spouse who's self-employed, maybe you work 2 jobs, maybe you're in the process of a divorce, maybe you've got a boarder living in the basement, maybe you have all of those things, right? Those are more difficult to underwrite. It's harder for the bank to verify the information, and those homeowners face serious burdens getting the documents in. So the banks are going to designate kind of try to flag those cases and throw more resources at helping that group of homeowners. And it's not a small group. They estimate it's 20 to 30% of people who have, for one reason or another, varying life situations that mean they can't just fill out a couple cookie cutter forms and be done. So to your point on where the big areas to be worked on, document collection was one that I mentioned. Communicating better about dual tracking and complete applications. Single point of contact, working pretty well. What's not working so well is that the single point of contact tells you the consistent thing now when you call, but then you get a letter signed ostensibly by your single point of contact that doesn't say what your single point of contact just told you, right? So there's a time lag there between written communication and oral communication. And some of the banks are starting to experiment with using email instead of written communication, which I think some homeowners will really respond to because they can reduce that lag, that gap. In terms of service transfer, your question was, if they transfer a loan, are they out from underneath the protections of the National Mortgage Settlement? What happens to them? So the answer is everybody, except everybody with Eileen's nice exceptions in the chart is covered by the Homeowner Bill of Rights. So the most important protections continue to cover a homeowner even after their loan has been service transferred. So the restrictions on dual tracking, the obligation to be solicited, the single point of contact, those things continue to apply. Most, but not all, of the service transfers that occurred from these 5 servicers, including most prominently NationStar, which acquired a very large, I think about half of B of A's delinquent loans. NationStar agreed to follow NMS, National Mortgage Settlement standards for those NationStar loans. I will be honest, we have some concerns about how that process is going. We are very much on top of that. Ally, GMAC, they've changed their name 3 times since I've had this job. They were GMAC, then they were Ally. They sold their servicing portfolio to Aquin. as part of that bankruptcy sale, they're bound. The other thing that happens a lot to homeowners, it's a very, very opaque process, is a lot of times when they get that, what's called a goodbye letter, saying, thanks for letting us here at Wells Fargo help you out and be your mortgage servicer, and they get a hello letter from that new servicer, a lot of times what's being done is what's called subservicing, which is Wells Fargo is basically, or another entity is basically contracting it out. Wells Fargo in those situations remains on the hook to follow the National Mortgage Settlement Standards with regard to their subservicer. But a homeowner can't easily tell which has happened. So in a lot of those servicing transfer cases, this is where I think HBOR is so important in letting us counsel homeowners. It doesn't matter who has your who's servicing your mortgage. You still get these fundamental protections from the California legislature to make sure you have a fair opportunity to apply and be solicited and be considered for foreclosure alternatives. So we do spend a lot of time on servicing transfer. I think it's a problem that is probably worse in consumers' minds. The anxiety that it provokes in consumers is quite serious. That's probably higher than the actual level of problem that goes on.
Question, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, might the subservicer be required to follow HOBAR, Homeowner
Yes.
Bill of Rights? So you might have situations where you have the one of the 5 signatories under the national settlement having to follow their regulations, and at the same time, their subservicer has to follow California's regulations.
And the way that usually works out, because there was a lot of thought, I think, given to in the process of creating the Homeowner Bill of Rights about how this was going to fit in with NMS, is essentially NMS just goes above and beyond in some areas. There are some areas NMS covers that the Homeowner Bill of Rights doesn't cover. So the banks do not seem to be they're not coming to me saying, when I say, hey, what happened here? Homeowner says this and that, national mortgage settlement, this doesn't look good, did you do this? I have never yet heard back, oh, yeah, we did that because we had to comply with the Homeowner Bill of Rights. So they're not offering up any conflict. They seem to have harmonized the two, and they seem to be working out fine. I do think it's difficult for the servicers to keep track of all their subservicers and what all the subservicers are doing. But the important thing for most homeowners is the Homeowner Bill of Rights provides the most crucial protections that homeowners need to try to save their home. So I would say that, on the whole, I'm really pleased with the amount of principal reduction that the banks did. I'm really pleased with how quickly they did it to go 50% beyond and deliver $18 billion, above and beyond a commitment of $12 billion, $9 billion of that in principal reduction. Very pleased about that and the way that they rolled that out and the consumer-friendly approach they took. On the servicing reform side, the national mortgage settlement is halfway over, and I would say the work is halfway done. And HBOR is a very important part of continuing to bring the servicers into full compliance with those servicing standards.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chang, welcome.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Ken Chan from National Housing Law Project. I'm here to talk a little bit more about the litigation trends. Our office is set up to assist consumer attorneys to litigate homeowner bill of rights cases. So just first, as a disclaimer, I try to follow the litigation as much as I can, but it's impossible to follow all the cases that go on across the state. So this is sort of just a small sample of what goes on across the state. But one thing that's clear from all the litigation that has been filed to date is that homeowner bill of rights clearly did create a lot of new legal protections that homeowners can use that just simply did not exist before the effective date of the homeowner bill of rights. Before homeowner bill of rights, homeowner could not go into court to say to the court that, hey, my servicer has dual tracked, I submitted my loan application, but my servicer is still going forward with a loan modification. Now they can do that and get injunction to stop the sale. Most of as you're well aware, homeowner bill of rights has a number of different provisions. One is, but maybe the most important provision is the dual tracking provision. It basically says that no foreclosure sale can take place, and the servicer can't move forward with the foreclosure process by recording one of the foreclosure notices while a complete loan modification application is pending. There's a number of other provisions too, such as the single point of contact requirement and ensuring accuracy of foreclosure documents, pre-notice default outreach, and things like that.
Let me ask you, how many cases under Homeowners Bill of Rights have been filed, do you know?
Again, I don't know the whole list of cases. I'm aware of at least probably like 40 or 50 cases. But I think
Do you know if the trend is those cases are filed before or after the foreclosure?
almost all of them are filed before the foreclosure.
Okay.
I mean, the homeowner bill of rights, I mean, a lot of it, the reason is probably that the homeowner bill of rights only provides for actual economic damages after foreclosure sale, so that it can be difficult for a homeowner to find an attorney willing to take that case and to only get actual economic damages, especially when the homeowner is underwater, or it may be somewhat speculative to determine what the actual damages are. I think, I have seen some of these cases filed, but these are very much in the minority, cases filed on the homeowner bill of rights after the
Who
foreclosure
are
sale.
usually, who would be the defendants in most cases here?
There's a good portion of the big five. I mean, all the defendants are usually the mortgage servicers, but there's a big portion of defendants that's the big five. Wells Fargo, I've seen Wells Fargo and Bank of America in a number of cases. I mean, some of that it just could be due to the market share that they have in California, because they are two of the largest servicers in California. I mean, I'm not sure whether that indicates they're doing
Any
better or
cases
worse.
ever been filed against bona fide purchasers?
I'm not aware of any against bona fide purchasers.
And I would ask, beyond damages, are courts awarding injunctions for temporary halt of sales, do you know?
Yes, courts have been pretty much granting a lot of injunctions on the homeowner bill of rights. I think that, but really, the cases have generally turned on, again, like what Katie mentioned, that whether there's a complete loan modification application, because the homeowner bill of rights dual tracking protections is really triggered by the complete loan modification application. So a number of times, there's definitely been cases where the court have denied injunction because the homeowner didn't have a complete application, even though the bank has repeatedly asked for documents that the borrower submits, but still the borrower remains incomplete. But generally, I would say in cases where the borrower has a complete loan modification application, the court has granted TROs or preliminary injunctions. But I think one of the barriers, even after that happens, even if the court grants relief, one of the barriers borrowers have encountered is the requirement to post a bond. Sometimes the courts have required a very large bond payment that sometimes the homeowner just can't afford. I've seen cases where the court have required $25,000 one-time bond payment due within 15 or 30 days, or sometimes even like $39,000. Even though normally it's somewhere between $1,000 to $10,000, but there's definitely a number of cases where
$40,000 bond?
bond.
The bond, so to come up with a bond, you'd have to pay.
To come on the bond, you have to. I'm not sure there's the same bond system as there exists for criminal cases where you pay like 10% of the bond. I think in these cases, you pretty much have to pay the entire amount of the bond into court. And to get the injunction, otherwise the injunction will be dissolved by the court.
And my final question, or one of the last questions, have courts been awarding attorney's fees in these cases, do you know?
I think that has been, I haven't seen a court award attorney's fees yet. I think some of it is depending on the courts have not said it's not clear, wrestle with when attorney's fees can be awarded. I think it's not generally litigated yet because it's still fairly early in the implementation of the Homeowner Bill of Rights. But there's still some open questions on whether attorney's fees must be requested at the conclusion of a case after trial, rather than immediately after TRO or preliminary injunction. So that, I think that issue is still being litigated, but I'm not aware of any court-awarded attorney's fees yet. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but I'm not aware of any cases yet.
Is there one question, and that is additional one? Most of these filings federal or state court?
I think most of them are in state court, because it's not a federal claim, for one, and then also two, most consumer attorneys are more familiar with state court. So most of them in state court, but I think you do see some of the, because federal decisions are longer and more, and publish much more widely than state court decisions, most of the decisions you see publicly are going to be federal decisions, but most of the cases filed are going to be in state court, even though some of them are getting removed to federal court by the servicers.
Thank you.
I had a question, also, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chan, I understand that you've been tasked with tracking litigation in regards to the implementation of HOBAR. Are you aware of prior to litigation, if the right to cure that the lender has been given in cases where there's just been a horrible mistake or a horrible error, and prior to being sued, they are given an opportunity to fix the problem before it goes to litigation? Do you run into any of those situations, and if so, how many?
Most attorneys contact me after they file litigation, so I don't hear of that many cases where I think they generally just work out the case with the servicer themselves without contacting me for help on litigation. But I am aware of a few cases where the homeowner's attorney has written to the servicer and say, you are due tracking under Homeowner Bill of Rights, and then the servicer has postponed the sale. I mean, I've heard it in maybe like five or 10 cases, but I think in most of these cases, I don't hear of them because they're not in litigation.
Kate, do you have anything to add to that?
We do a ton of that because we don't litigate.
Yeah.
And so homeowners who come to us with problems, they think they're being dual tracked, they believe their application is complete. If we think it's complete or close and they've made good faith efforts, we stop sales on daily, on an almost daily basis. And then they often, we investigate, and they sometimes then continue after the homeowners had a chance to learn what happened. So we see banks making a lot of corrective efforts, but that is a big difference between how our programs are set up, that we see things that are not filed as litigation.
Right.
If they're in litigation, we refer them to Kent. So there's some synergy there back and forth.
Yeah, because obviously the goal in drafting this bill and putting that language in there is to minimize. I mean, if we don't have to go to litigation, we don't have to go through the costs of resolving the issue, then let's do everything we can, give the opportunity to the servicer to fix the problem. And yes.
One thing I would say is that my office has really, I think, very good success at doing that workout process, at saying, here's what we think's happening, please stop doing Y and start doing Z. I do think homeowners have a very, very, very difficult time trying to do that without the help of somebody like my office, particularly because I do have the backing of the Attorney General. I think that there's still a very large role for legal aid and housing counselors. I think without them, consumers who try to work things out do not fare very well. And so I think that continues to be, having that support for homeowners to have an intermediary help them. Without that, I think they're either going to give up and lose their home, or they're going to wind up trying to find someone who can bring a lawsuit, and probably struggling to find someone in some cases to bring a lawsuit because they haven't they haven't kind of tried to work things out yet.
Do you have a sense of how long it takes for servicers to fix problems that are prompted for the request of an injunctive relief?
I think a lot of it depends, and I think normally when cases do go into litigation, almost all of them I've seen are settled after grant of a either TRO or preliminary injunction. So I mean, I think these settlements come usually fairly quickly after after the injunction is granted, because I mean, almost all of them are confidential. I'm not privy to the terms of these settlements, but I mean, generally speaking, there's usually a settlement after a TRO or claim injunction. So seems to me that most of the cases are resolved fairly quickly.
Ms. Porter, you said something right now that kind of sparked my interest. You said if some of these folks don't engage counsel, they may not do well in the settlement. If you look, typical situation of a foreclosure, either you're going to keep the home or you're going to lose it. Where do you see that inequity or imbalance in negotiating abilities affect the outcome? I mean, either you keep the house, I would presume the bank has an interest in either you know, holding on to that loan or not.
I think a big part of it is that the homeowner has often struggles to convey clearly exactly what they've done to take action. The bank's records are sometimes in multiple systems, and so one of the things that we do is try to provide a comprehensive picture to the bank of what has happened to date. Presented with that, and then a discussion of what the homeowner realistically wants and can afford in terms of a modification, we people get a full and fair review. Some of them qualify and some of them don't. But I think without someone to help them sort of tell their story, present the documents, gather the evidence, and put it in front of the bank and kind of say, I need intervention, they don't
So
get that.
what you're telling me, I'm just trying to be clear, when I see attorney to attorney in a litigation situation, I'm looking to, you're looking eyeball to eyeball with somebody, you're negotiating the best deal you can get, versus what I'm hearing you say right now, which is really an issue of processing that person's application, so to speak, to make sure that, again, you're processing every bit of information that borrower needs to present to the bank, or maybe the bank, for whatever reason, isn't getting it together. So somebody's got to, with some kind of understanding of this complex system, have to show that borrower in the best light, essentially a loan processor or somebody
Right.
processing
Sometimes
that
it's a single point of
refi.
contact. Sometimes, for instance, take the homeowner who has a single point of contact who's not up to speed or not doing their job. Say that is the gravamen of the homeowner's complaint. My single point of contact is not helping me, okay? Well, the homeowner can call the single point of contact supervisor under the National Mortgage Settlement. If the homeowner's complaint then becomes the single point of contact supervisor isn't helping me, at some point they need a way to get that up the food chain. And so what we work with is an escalation team of people at each of the banks to try to problem solve and troubleshoot these cases. But most of the cases that we get are more complex, more difficult situations. Either the borrower has a language difficulty, a communication difficulty of some type, service member, there's some kind of twist that's made it, maybe sisters on a loan, for example, instead of a married couple, maybe someone's passed away on the loan, they're trying to do an assumption. So we mostly deal in the harder situations, but where those harder situations do arise, I do think without a helper, for lack of a better word, to help them put that out there. I think when it's put out there, the banks are fairly responsive, but I think homeowners have trouble sort of really putting together their situation, as you said, in the best
So
light.
you almost kind of need an intermediate loan processor, so to speak, to put this whole
Well,
thing together.
And my goal of my whole office is to put ourselves out of business, right? So I have a day job, so I'd like to go back to serving the state as a professor soon. So my goal is to push the banks to improve their procedures and practices. So where we see these cases and we say, why didn't you listen to the homeowner here? Or why did you send the homeowner 6 confusing letters? Our goal is not for the bank just to fix that homeowner, but it's for the bank to say, oh yeah, that letter is not, you're right. That letter could be strengthened if we changed. So one example is the banks would say, this is due within 30 days. And it's like 30 days of when I received it, 30 days of the date on the letter, 30 days of today, 30 days, right? So we said to the banks, that's confusing.
Ms. Porter, I'd like to follow up with you on this conversation later on, because I have had a lot of constituents coming to me, and it's very interesting. Ultimately, it's coming up with somebody who's got some sophistication and helping to make that decision, whether you want to sell, want to hold on, take the cash for keys, or what do you want to do. But very short.
Yeah, very short. I think this discussion also makes the case for the servicers and their personnel, their single point of contact, to know the law, to very clearly understand, and I understand it's complicated because you have the National Settlement Agreement, and then you have the Homeowner Bill of Rights, but kind of like the Ten Commandments, on their wall there, so they understand when a customer calls in and says, you know what, I'm angry over this or that. That single point of contact should know this could go to litigation if we don't take care of this right now. So maybe some more training and some understanding of what the regulations are, I think, might help, and then we don't have to involve another like an intermediary consultant or a loan officer or processor.
Thank you very much. Now I'd like to move to Mr. John Hanna. Welcome, sir.
Welcome, Mr. Chairman. Always good to see
Good to see
Korea
you,
up
sir.
there on the dais. Also, Senator Calderon, Ms. Newhall, welcome to Orange County. I'm an Orange County resident myself. I'd like to introduce to my right.
Can you introduce yourself first, sir?
Well, I'm John Hanna, the General Counsel for the Department of Business Oversight. And to my right is Solani Merak, who is our lead counsel in the legal division for the Homeowners Bill of Rights and similar issues. I want to thank you for the opportunity to appear before you at this hearing. I've been asked to provide information about the department's implementation of the Homeowner Bill of Rights. I provided copies of the written testimony. I will deviate somewhat on that in the interest of time. I want to thank the members of the panel who preceded me for their very informative presentations. Department of Business Oversight is relatively new, combining the Department of Corporations and the Department of Financial Institutions, but essentially we provide consumer protection and regulation of business engaged in financial transactions. Under the department's jurisdiction, mortgage loans are arranged and serviced by state banks, credit unions, California Residential Mortgage Lending Act licensees, and California Finance Lender Law licenses. So how many we got? So currently the department regulates 170 state banks, and they conduct regulatory examinations approximately every 12 to 36 months. 149 state credit unions with regulatory examinations conducted every 12 to 18 months. Under the California Residential Mortgage Lending Act, there are 362 licensees operating at over 3,600 locations. We do regulatory examinations every 4 years, but the cycles are accelerated if there are compliance issues. And
Mr. Hanna, let me ask you, how many of those licensees have more than 175 foreclosures per year?
of those licensees, we have 20. And there's a list, Mr. Chairman, that we provided you of the, it's on our website too, and we provided
Thank
that,
you.
that here as well. Get the number right. Okay. The department also, under the California Finance Lenders Law, there are 374 licensees operating at about 1,000 different locations, and those have routine regulatory examinations every 2 years. But again, there can be non-routine examinations, and if there are compliance issues or complaints, we'll have more frequent examinations. So how does the department protect borrowers under the existing laws? Main way is through the regulatory examinations. 113 regulatory examinations last year. Banks, 153 regulatory examinations of credit unions, and under the CRMLA and the CFL, the California Residential Mortgage Lending Act and the California Finance Lending Law, we had a total of 1,310 regulatory examinations. We also take formal enforcement action through administrative and judicial process. There were 33 total administrative and civil actions taken based on mortgage loan activities in 2012. We have an enforcement division in our department, and they have the jurisdiction in order to take civil or administrative actions. We also screen potential violators through the initial litmus when there's an application for a new licensee. We had 722 total new licensees last year. Very rigorous examination in terms of background to make sure these people aren't at risk in terms of prejudicing the public.
Mr. Hanna, have you had any complaints or any actions filed for failures to comply with SB 900 or AB 278?
We have had complaints. We have not had enforcement. We have not had enforcement actions. However, what we have had is during our examinations, we've seen some evidence of violations. Of complaints, we received 213 total complaints in 2013 year to date that include loans modifications, foreclosures, and homeowner bill of rights issues. 213 complaints in that section. 155 of those dealt with loan modifications separate from homeowner bill of rights issues. So for example, borrowers requesting help with loan modifications when the entity did not provide them, borrowers appropriately denied modifications in certain situations, borrowers in bankruptcy, pending foreclosure, which are not considered a borrower under the Homeowner's Bill of Rights. So 155 complaints dealt with loan modifications not directly connected with the Homeowner's Bill of Rights. 38 complaints were related to foreclosures, and whereas the nature of these complaints varied, they were separate from Homeowner Bill of Rights issues, including people who were not qualified under the Homeowner's Bill of Rights. So we're left with 20 complaints, about 9% of the total 213 complaints of year to date that were specific to Homeowner Bill of Rights issues. 12 of those complaints are still currently under investigation. Of the 8 complaints that have been of this year that have been investigated to completion, they primarily involve dual tracking violations. 3 borrowers received loan modifications after the complaints were investigated, and the entities were contacted by the department. The other 5 complaints were investigated but did not reveal wrongdoing or a Homeowner's Bill of Rights violation by the entities. So 213 complaints in the general area, about 9% or 20 of them had to deal with the Homeowner's Bill of Rights. Now enforcement, as I mentioned, in 2013, we have not had any enforcement action, no civil or administrative actions taken by our enforcement mechanism. But that's kind of the last stage of our enforcement mechanism. Our first stage is really the examination process, where we do routine and sometimes sporadic and unannounced. It's not like the CFPB when they give you notice. We just show up sometimes because we find that a lot of times when people don't have time to prepare, we find what the real situation is. And in 2013 to date, there have been 40 examinations of licensees under the California Residential Mortgage Lending Act. And out of those 40 exams, 5 entities were found to have violations of the Homeowner Bill of Rights.
Were
So-
these significant or just procedural violations?
They varied, but most of them dealt with the lack of evidence of providing notice to the homeowner. Lack of making the 3 phone calls or evidence that the homeowner received specific notices. So we weren't finding much else. This was where most of the complaints, and again, limited of the 40 examinations of the 5 entities that were found. So what happens when there's a complaint and we find a violation of these examinations? So the entity is given 30 days to respond with an explanation and provide the supporting documents. So for example, if a homeowner says, I never got any notices, they're given 30 days to provide us with a document and to take corrective action. They're rated internally based upon the number of violations, and the number of violations will accelerate their examination schedule. Notices have been provided to all 5 entities with these violations, and examinations on those 5 are pending. But a lot of what we do, even before the examination process, has to go through education. And part of the education was, first of all, to our department. Ms. Marock kind of led the effort to train everyone in the financial services division who kind of operate in this area. Then it was to consumers. We have a considerable amount of visits that go out to in various events that occur. For example, Senator Correa, you recently had a senior event, and information, a copy of which is in your packet that Ms. Marock provided you, this is a mortgage modification and foreclosure scams alert. These kind of alert informations that are provided to consumers, particularly, and we do a lot with members of the legislature and their community events, provide important information to the consumers so that they know where to go. Second is the licensees, and this is probably the most important because the licensees, we have a 1-2 punch. First of all, this is what you have to do. And in your packet, you also had the release, the new mortgage foreclosure laws that take effect January 1st, 2013. It's a 9-page document, and it went out to every one of our licensees. And it kind of took them through the steps that they needed to comply. That, along with the, I think the work of the people to my left and others, the media that provided a lot of information about what the requirements were, I think provided a good deal of information that ensured that there weren't going to be as many complaints as perhaps that we saw. That combined with, I think, the information you received in the first group of panelists about recovering economy and other economic factors showed us that actually our complaints are down. Our complaints are down significantly from the prior 2 years. For example, during the 9 months that's been effective, the department has noticed a trend. We've received 141 complaints. This is 2013, year to date. 141 complaints related to loan modification compared to 312 complaints in 2012 and 713 complaints in 2011. So assuming the same volume of complaints in the remaining 3 months of the year, we'll have a decrease of 70% from 2011 and about 43% from 2012. You can draw your own conclusions as to why those figures have changed, but we have seen a marked drop. On the foreclosure area, in year to date, this department has received 31 complaints related to foreclosure, compared to 69 complaints in 2012 and 83 complaints in 2011. And again, assuming the same ratio follows through the end of the year, we'll have seen a reduction of 43% in complaints related to foreclosure since 2011, and about 30% a reduction of complaints related to foreclosure since 2012. So we think that the combination of what we're doing and what we will do, because the legislature granted us some additional examiners and additional attorney position, which we will use, and we're in the process of filling those positions now. We intend to accelerate, I think, our work to try and make sure that our servicers and our licensees are well aware of the law. We think they are, but we'll keep that up. Second, that we'll expand our consumer protection information. And third, in our regulatory exams, we will push even harder, because at first, when you have a change, you're always going to have some licensees who are a little slow on the take. We're not dealing solely with large banks and credit unions. We're dealing with some small operators. However, as the time goes on and the efforts of various people to educate the public and the licensees should have taken its effect, I think our examinations will be more rigorous, and we will be a little tougher on people who don't have any real reason now to claim, hey, I didn't know about it. So I'll stand on that. There's some other information, but if you have any questions, Ms. Maroc or I can need assistance. All right.
We'll move to panel 4, and that's how our borrower's faring, the consumer perspective. That's Ms. Deborah Zimmerman, Pat Pinto, Elba Serrano, Joseph Manning, and Vince Howard. Welcome. Ms. Zimmerman can begin. Welcome.
Good morning, Senators.
Running a little bit behind schedule, so you can keep your comments succinct, but very much
All right.
please to the point.
Well, I'm a lawyer. I'll try. So, my name is Deborah Zimmerman. I'm a staff attorney at Bethsedec Legal Services. We're a nonprofit legal aid in Los Angeles County. We're celebrating our 40th year this year. And I'm a real estate fraud attorney, and I've been working on the foreclosure crisis issues since the beginning in 2007. My primary practice before that was elder abuse title fraud, but when the tsunami hit all of the legal aids, we shifted our focus, and we worked very closely in partnership with the Los Angeles Neighborhood Housing Services in Los Angeles County, run by Lori Gay, who's one of the largest housing counselor agencies in the country, working with them and escalating problems that their borrowers were experiencing. So we've been through a long term in this crisis and seen a lot of different changes. And our coalition right now is a member. Bethsedec Legal Services is the lead agency on a coalition that was awarded one of the Attorney General Consumer Assistant grants, and we are a coalition of 5 legal services organizations, 4 of which are in Los Angeles and 1 of which is Orange County, Legal Aid Society of Orange County, and Pat Pinto is our partner, primary partner in Orange County for that. And what we are doing is streamlining the services that are available to homeowners and borrowers so that they can make sense of all the resources that are available. We are going to have in December going live a website from our coalition that will help people understand what resources are available, but also providing online interviews, be able to better track them to more appropriate resources. So we're hoping to reach a lot of people that way with the grant, and we could not have done it without the assistance grant. And on that note, I think, one of the issues is we received funding periodically through this crisis, and it's been a lack of funding in the legal services and housing counselor community that's been a significant detriment to the housing council, to the ability of borrowers to get relief. One of the things that's really changed a lot is HBOR has made a significant impact as far as dual tracking, but there's a lot of things we've seen that have gone definitely through the cracks, and we hear more about dual tracking maybe than Dr. Porter had. And Dr. Porter's agency, and her role as the California monitor for the Attorney General, has been extremely successful. One thing is that if you have the ability to escalate a case to the California Attorney General monitor, you're going to get a result. And if you don't, then you're going to have a problem. And over time in this crisis, like I've been saying, we've been dealing with this since 2007. When we heard it was going to end in 2009, and then in 2009 they said 2012, and now we're looking at, I think, a few more years of this. And I think that these laws make a big difference because they clarify what people's rights are. But what we're seeing now are very similar problems that we saw in the beginning. One of the advantages of working with the Big Five, and we have all worked very closely with the banks, is with the larger banks and their sophistication, you have advocacy networks. The banks and servicers are very well aware that their customer service line of contact, whether it's the SPOC or something else, and you'll hear a lot about the SPOC. We have a different view of the SPOC situation than Dr. Porter. We think it's an absolute disaster. But the housing counselors to my right will speak more on that because they have more direct communication with them. But we were able to establish relationships with banks, with Bank of America in particular, who's one of the larger servicers, and Chase and all of them, Wells Fargo. They had escalation contacts and special departments just for advocacy. Those relationships are really strained right now because the advocacy portals within the larger banks, you can't get a contact anymore. We've had our contacts switched repeatedly. We can't get responses from them. I had a case where I had to contact the legal department. I couldn't get a hold of anyone in escalations. So that's becoming a problem, and I think part of it is something that was mentioned that has come up, and Senator Correa, you brought it up about the servicing and the transfer of the servicing rights. We see that as one of the biggest problems right now. Several callers are calling. The primary secondary servicers we're seeing are Ocwen and NationStar, and then there's smaller ones. But primarily, as was discussed, it's Ocwen and NationStar. Well, Ocwen and NationStar aren't CRA banks. They have no buildings up, Bank of America commercials and Wells Fargo and the Coach and who are, our history of reputation in California. They're not even in California. So, they don't have that kind of the commitment and the stake that these banks and the communities had. And one of the things that's happening with counselors now, with the smaller servicers and the transfers is, you got to start all over. There is no advocacy department in Ocwen. There is no advocacy department in NationStar. Last week, there was a call with housing counselors to deal with problems at NationStar. It was one of the first advocacy calls that's happened. These calls started in 2008 with Bank of America. So now we're starting all over with these secondary servicers. Secondary servicers have a complaint department. I think it's Ocwen, where a file goes to a different SPOC or single point of contact after the escalation, but that's close as it comes, and so you can't get through, and you can't make complaints. There's no process, so you can go to who regulates them, such as the OCC, or try to make a complaint through the HAMP escalation line. But some of the violations that people are seeing aren't easily filed as lawsuits under HBOR. And you'll hear, I'm not going to go into it, but I can't emphasize enough. The single point of contact is one of the biggest problems people are facing.
These are state licensed entities.
Well, they're national. Aquin's national. They have to be licensed in California, but they're service, they're not even in, I think they're in North Carolina, Aquin or Nation Star. I think Nation Star is in North Carolina. So Aquin's in Florida, right, and Nation Star, I think it's in North Carolina. I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure. In fact, my servers, I just got changed to Nation Star. I was like, what? So, but it was funny, but obviously I'm not having that problem, but. So what we're seeing with the transferring rights, I just wanted to specifically talk about that briefly because it really is such a big problem, and I think my other advocates here will echo this as well. So one of the things in H4 it says that once there's a modification, it has to be honored once it's serviced. And sometimes that's happening, sometimes it's not. I'm currently representing a 77-year-old woman who got a good loan modification with Chase. It was transferred to Aquin the same month she got the mod. Okay, so her ink is drying and Chase is already transferring to Aquin. She says she gets the transferring letter saying you got to mail in your payment. She mails it to Chase. Chase acknowledges receipt. But Chase has already transferred it to Aquin, and the two shall never talk again. So my client shows proof to Aquin that she paid Chase the interim payment, right? So there's a payment, and now Aquin's going from the beginning. From March 2012, they have said you are 2 months behind from day one. They've been threatening foreclosure since day one, and she can't get through to anyone. So I'm a legal services attorney. I'm going to make an effort to escalate, but to be quite honest, I don't know how hard of an effort I'm going to make because there are litigation options. She has a permanent modification, so it is a violation of H4. But what we really see are the real people who get nailed the worst are the people who've been in the process with Chase and Bank of America and Wells Fargo and GMAC, and then what happens is they finally are about to get a trial mod and they get that letter to Nation Star, and Nation Star says, hi, welcome to Nation Star. Can you please send us a loan mod package? And everything that you sent for the last 8 months or a year to Chase, because we're going to start all over again. And that is routine. We have people in trial mods. I have a client in a trial mod with Chase. It was just transferred to SLS, which is a smaller servicer. He's like, he just got a trial mod after a year of trying, and they said, oh, we're going to start over now. And then the problem that Dr. Porter talked about with less complaints about lost documents, there might be systems in place at Bank of America, but they're not in place other places. And what the communication issues that we've been struggling with, this whole crisis of these letters of what Dr. Porter talked about, that's the letters people are getting, except it's worse. They're not even telling people, this document is being rejected because it's illegible or it's incorrect. They just send a letter saying, please send us blah, 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 and they just did. So the clients just send it again, it keeps getting rejected. And the consequence of that is there's delays, a lot of delays. Now, as you saw from the first panel, prices are going up, 17% year over year. One of the key factors in determining loan mod eligibility is the value of the property. And as the values of the property go up, what's called the net present value test gets harder to pass, which is the lender's standard for is this a good idea or not. And so as the delay goes on, two things happen. The person's property value goes up, making it hard. Now they have a little bit of equity where they might have been below water, or they're not as below, or whatever. And so it's harder to get a loan modification. But secondly, because of the delays caused by, we didn't get your paper, start over, then their balance keeps going up. So they can't, so their balance is going up, and so they can't afford to come current, and they can't afford, because the balance, the arrears are tacked on, right? So you have a new big loan balance. And so it makes it unaffordable for people. And we're not seeing compliance with the timelines. If there was compliance with the timelines, this really wouldn't be as much of a problem. And I think that for consumer advocates, when the timelines were announced, I think we just laughed. I've been doing this since before HAMP. And HAMP had a lot of guidelines too, and I can't tell you a case I had where those guidelines were ever met, and I don't think the advocates could either. So we don't, when it comes to, within 30 days a decision, within 5 days a notification, we just laugh. But those aren't, that's standard. So the problem with HBOR is that the problems we're seeing aren't easily addressed. The problem that's easily addressed is dual tracking. And dual tracking has been really well attacked. I've on conference calls nationally with other states, and they are facing serious dual tracking problems, the same ones we were facing before January. So we have definitely seen a decrease in dual
Ms.
tracking.
Zimmerman, if I may, Mr. Chairman, so in your example of, let's just say, one of the big five, the B of A, homeowner is in the middle of or ready to complete loan modification, and in that process, you're saying, gee, B of A may have sold a loan to Nation Star,
Right.
and at the same time, the borrower is receiving a letter from Nation Star. So the signatory lender in this case, don't they check to see before they sell a loan or give it to another servicer whether or not there's a loan mod application in effect? Or-
Maybe. I mean, you don't know what's going to get transferred. We have no access to what's being transferred, and
But I would think that if they know there's a loan mod in process, they're not going to transfer.
oh no, that doesn't matter. They're absolutely transferring. They're transferring in bulk, and I don't know what the numbers are. Perhaps other advocates do, but it's something that should really be looked at, because not only are they dumping mass amounts of their portfolios, but they're cutting their staffs radically. And the staffing problems that took years to build up and through the settlement with the big banks, now you're just facing that all over again with the secondary services. It's like we're starting over. With as far as relationships with servicers, it's a very significant problem.
I'm anxious to hear from the banks in that regard, why they just can't identify those that are in the process and, hold back on those until the process is complete.
Yes,
Well-
my bigger, I hear what you're saying, but I'm perplexed because ultimately I think, and I'm hoping that the process is set up to kind of mitigate losses all the way around, from people in their homes to keep their homes, to banks to make sure their investment is safe. And what you're saying is we're back to, an opening here, at the edge where you're beginning to go back to where we started, which is almost a dual tracking situation again.
I think the dual tracking is with the private right of action, which obviously consumers fought pretty hard for, is making a difference. And judges are, in fact, the lawyers
What
that
I'm saying is when you transfer, you're almost proceeding with a dual modification, but the different, that as Ron is saying, you got a different kind of dual going on now.
right, it's like, but
You're trying to
This is-
modify, but you're starting from zero again.
But one of the experiences that borrowers have had since the beginning was, we lost your start over. I mean, start over is, you could call it the name of the game, start over. And so people are used to that. That's not new to people. It's just so incredibly frustrating. And the housing counselors, we work very closely with housing counselors, and Pat Pinto can talk more about this. They're having as much problems as borrowers.
Can I
And-
hear from the housing
Yeah,
counselors?
absolutely.
What do you
Yeah, it's
got?
a good time to transfer.
Hi, I'm Pat Pinto, and I'm from the Legal Aid Society of Orange County. We're here in Santa Ana. And in 2009, we started our foreclosure mitigation unit because of all the foreclosures going on in Orange County. And so we became a HUD-approved housing counseling agency. So we have certified housing counselors, and of course, they're familiar with HAMP and Freddie and Fannie and HBOR and the settlement agreement and FHA and VA. And so they're up on all the information and what's going on. So, as to HAMP, there are two important key provisions that we have issues with. The first is dual tracking, and the second is, of course, a single point of contact.
You still
So,
have issues with dual tracking?
Oh,
is that-
yes, every day. So I'll start with the SPOC, the single point of contact. Now, HBOR mandated that lenders provide a single point of contact. However, HBOR did not mandate that the single points of contact had to respond or do any work. So we call them, they don't answer. We leave messages, they don't answer. We send emails, they don't answer. Now, as part of HBOR, they asked if they could be a team, and that was approved. So these SPOCs can be part of a team. But do you think any team member could actually call you back? Absolutely no. Here's an example. Last Friday, where I was reviewing a case, we tried for 3 months to get a hold of the SPOC. We sent emails, we sent, everything, phone calls. We finally got a hold of the SPOC, and the SPOC said, oh, that was transferred to someone else. Did they tell us it was transferred to someone else? Absolutely not. The other problem we have with SPOCs is, besides they don't respond, they're not able to stop a sale. They're not able, if we tell them about a violation, they're not able to do anything. They regularly lose our documents or don't receive them. We don't have anybody really to call when we see an HBOR violation, because when we call a SPOC, as Deborah said, they're back east. They may be in New York, they may be in North Carolina. When we tell them you're in violation of California law, HBOR, they say, what? They have no idea. We are educating them. When we call them, we talk to a SPOC, we have to explain to them about HBOR and what they're supposed to do. They have absolutely no idea, and they pretty much just, I guess, shrug their shoulders because they don't help us at all. When we have a problem with a SPOC or dual tracking, we have to contact the monitor. So the monitor then will write the letter or call them on her own, but that's the only help we get.
Well,
We're not
let
able.
me, I'll open it up. What about the private right of action?
Yes, a homeowner can hire an attorney, and they can sue, a Fortune 500 company or a Fortune 100 company? Yes, they have that right. Now, here's the issue with dual
So
tracking.
the remedy is the issue then with the private right of action, or
Excuse me?
so,
Well, before we say to a homeowner, go hire yourself an attorney and sue a Fortune 500 company, we try to get them a loan mod. And we are HUD-approved housing counselors, so we call, we email, we do whatever we can before we send them to an attorney who's going to charge them money, and they spend their time suing a Fortune 100 company. Do you know how difficult that is? They bury them alive with paper. I've seen people come in my office, sit and cry because they made the mistake of hiring an attorney and they're trying to sue, B of A or someone like that. It's very difficult. But another problem I have with HBOR is, what is a complete loan package? It's said that they can't dual track if you send in a complete loan package. So, servicers have on their website a list of documents to send in. We send those in, the homeowners send them in. Well, guess what? That's not a complete package. They want additional documents. If you go to the Making Home Affordable website, they have a list of documents to send in. You send in those documents. Guess what? That's not a complete package. They want more information. If you go to the Making Home Affordable website and you use their application, many servicers won't even take that because they've already tweaked it a little bit or amended it a little bit. So here are homeowners who have no idea. They're going to Making Home Affordables. They're going to the servicer's website. They send in the paperwork, and it's being rejected. However, the servicers don't tell them it's being rejected. What the servicers say is, you need to resubmit, say, your taxes, or you need to we don't have it. We didn't get your taxes. And the homeowner will say, what are you talking about? I've sent them in 5 or 6, 7 times. No, our records say we don't have your taxes.
so then, are you dealing here with effectively an application for refi, for modification?
No, what we're dealing with is a game called hide the ball. This is what the servicers play. Let me give you an example, 3 examples
Yeah,
of
but
hide the ball.
with the ultimate objection of doing what? Kicking you out of your home and taking it back
yes.
at a loss?
Yes. Okay, so here's an example.
I'm just trying to figure out where the motivation is.
We've
you
been trying
don't
to
wanna
figure that. We've been trying to
finish-
figure that out for 5 years what the motivation is, but it's just put it off until either the homeowner gives up. In the case of an
Homeowner
elderly
gives
person,
up and turns the house over to the bank and takes the loss on the mortgage?
yes, the homeowner just walks away and they go ahead and foreclose. They get rid of a terrible loan that they don't want on their books anymore.
But you still
and they
got a
can make
loan
new
that you took back.
Well, they can take it back at a sale, they can write it down, and they can make a new loan to a new purchaser. They get that awful, ugly loan off their books. They don't want that on their books. So,
What?
homeowners are not getting the correct letter. Professor Porter said this as well. The letters that come to the homeowners and what the information the SPOC feeds them is not correct. They don't tell them. I mean, for instance, a lot of homeowners nowadays, when they do their faxes, they fax file, okay? So the lender will say, send us your tax returns. They send their tax returns. Well, guess what? They're not signed on page 2 because they fax filed them. Does the servicer say to them, you need to sign your page 2? No. The servicer says, we didn't get your taxes. You need to send your taxes. Hide the ball. So they got to send it again. Over and over and over. All the servicer will say is the package is incomplete. I myself have questioned Spock's. Well, what's it incomplete? Define incomplete. What do you need? I'm not sure, they'll say. The underwriter hasn't told us. The only notes in the file is that your file is incomplete. That's what we get all the time. Here's a good one. Homeowners have to send in their bank statements, right? Their bank statements may be 10 or 12 pages long, and they all say 1 of 10, 2 of 10, 3 of 10. The last page of your bank statement always says intentionally left blank. Now these homeowners are going to, like to Staples, or they're going to FedEx. They're paying per page to fax these documents in. They don't fax in that last page that says intentionally left blank. No one would. It's blank. But you know what the servicer does? They didn't get that last page, so they say to the homeowner, you didn't send in your taxes. You didn't send in your bank statements. Over and over. It's just hide the ball. All they have to say to the homeowner is, send the last page, but they don't. And so here the homeowner goes again to Staples or wherever, pays whatever, 50 cents a page or whatever they're paying, and sends them again and again, and they just, they won't tell them. Also, on the 4506T, on line 6, you're supposed to mark a box. The homeowner sends it in, so they forget to mark the box. Will the servicer say to them, mark the box? No. Servicer says, I didn't get your 4506T. So the game goes on. So as I said earlier, we have no one to talk to at these servicers when we find a problem. We have to go to either the OCC, who's our regulator, we go to the California Monitor, and as a housing counselor...
When you go to the California Monitor or the OCC, what is the result?
Well, Katie Porter explained to you what they did, and they get results because, they're their monitor, and, they don't want to be, I guess, written up. But we do get results for our homeowners, but we have to go... we have to go to that length, and you have to know about them. As you heard Professor Porter say, only 4,000 people have contacted her. How many people are in the state of California? How many homeowners, and only 4,000 people have contacted her? Because they don't know about her. A lot of them don't know about her. I've had 4,000 people come to me in the last 5 years.
Can I hear from a gentleman on the left here?
Can I just say one more thing, please?
I'm sorry, Mr. Rano, too. Go ahead.
Okay. I just want to say that there are a couple things that could be done to help HBOR.
Yes, please.
Okay, so here's my recommendations. Each servicer have a rescission office or a rescission officer or a rescission person. When we see that there's dual tracking, when we see that a notice of default has been recorded, we need to be able to call someone so they can rescind it. So they need an HBOR person, HBOR officer. They need someone we can contact. The SPOCs, since they can work in a team, if they can't get back to us, someone from their team member should get back to us. If they transfer
In a
it to
timely manner.
Right, in a timely manner. And if they send it to another, if it's transferred to another SPOC, a letter or an email or something should go out and telling us. And if files are released, say, to Nation Star, we shouldn't have to start all over. And so that's it. Thank you.
Mr. Rano?
Thank you. So I am a housing counselor. I've been doing this for 6 years, and I've probably spoken to close to 1,000 people in my last 6 years that have been dealing with this. So pre-Homeowners Bill of Rights, I had mainly 4 issues, which was the runaround, the dual tracking, the lost paperwork, and the timeline. After HBOR, Homeowners Bill of Rights, I have pretty similar runaround, dual tracking, but in a similar way, in a different way, the lost paperwork and the timeline in receiving results. So the SPOC, the single point of contact, it is being assigned, and all of the servicers have been assigning it. One of the challenges is that they are, some borrowers are getting letters where they're being transferred from SPOC to SPOC. I had one incident where there was 4 letters sent within a week time frame saying, this is your new SPOC, and we just had to look at the latest, just look at the latest date, that's your SPOC, right? So we're just playing the guessing game when it comes to that. One of the biggest issues is language access. A lot of my clients that I work with are monolingual, and they do not, they get letters in English. They also, the SPOC only speaks English, so unfortunately, they are looking for the intermediary, the middle person, which is me, a housing counselor, that knows the process, that speaks English, and that's able to contact the SPOC that I may or may not get to talk to. Many times I don't. The resources that I have as a housing counselor is I have a portal where I can upload documents instead of faxing them. I also have access to the escalation contacts like we talked about, and also I am able to email, and I know the process. I know, you need all pages of your bank statements. You need to sign page 2 of your tax return. So those kind of just really simple, little, minute details that cause a package not to be complete. So with the dual tracking that I was talking about, it's kind of different because complete packet varies from lender to lender, from person to person. So a complete packet is very difficult to complete because of this issue, because it does vary. And again, I anticipate all the questions that a lender might ask, if somebody's self-employed, profit and loss statement, bank statements, all pages, but it is still, I think I sent in a complete packet with 200 pages, but then I get, a letter and an email or a call saying, oh, well, can you please resend, pay, in this case, pay the tax returns where I have already sent them, like what's missing in the tax returns, please tell me. So it is very, very common still. The timeline, they are getting, borrowers are getting, letters saying, oh yeah, thank you for submitting your application. But in that letter, there's another application, which is exactly the same application we have already submitted. And they're saying, oh, we are still reviewing it, you may or may not be complete. So it's not really, really specific about, what's happening with the complete packet. So that's the timeline. So once the complete packet gets there, which may take 3 to 6 months, I do get an answer eventually, and that's really quick. That's within a week or so that I get an answer. But getting to the packet, it takes a very long time. Most of my borrowers that come in do not understand what the Homeowner's Bill of Rights is, and they do not know what protections they have. And a lot of them are confused with the National Mortgage Settlement versus the Homeowner's Bill of Rights and what falls into each one. So I do a lot of education when it comes to that.
I would pose a question to you. Does it
Yes.
really matter to the person who's trying to save their house?
It does,
Which law
because
applies? I mean, ultimately what you want is you want relief.
I agree, but it also does because a lot of people coming in are looking for the principal reduction, which only happened with the National Mortgage Settlement.
Okay.
With the Bank of America has to be your servicer and your owner, and then that loan got changed over to NationStar. Does that fall onto that? So a lot of people think that the National Mortgage Settlement it's the same as the Homeowner's Bill of Rights, and they think they're gonna get a principal reduction, which is unfortunate. That it's a handful of people that I've seen get principal reductions.
So I guess that comes back to my question I had earlier, which was, or comment, which is, you really need somebody very, very sophisticated to get through this
Yes.
process. 99% of the folks out there are not going to know the distinction between these laws.
I agree.
And if you want a reduction in your equity position, again, I stated earlier, do you need an advocate here or more
Yes.
of a short of a litigation situation?
Yeah, well, I am the advocate, and I am, as a housing counselor, HUD-approved housing counseling agency, I have been able to stop foreclosure sales from happening by educating the servicer about the Homeowner's Bill of Rights, and it does make a peace of mind for the borrower knowing that there is those protections. But again, if they didn't know that and they only speak Spanish and they're trying to get a hold of their SPOC and they don't have an escalation contact and they don't know where to go, where to file complaints, then they're not going to be able to do that on their own. And that's been many of my clients.
Well, let me ask you, Ms. Serrano and Ms. Zimmerman, are you bilingual, ma'am, Ms. Zimmerman?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm trying to figure out, is this issue bilingual, or is this an issue of just the complexity of the process we're looking at and trying to get to
It's both. It's both. It's the bilingual issue, which is an extra challenge, just not speaking the language, English, and also the complexity. I've had professors at UCLA come to my office and say, I have no idea what they want. I've sent them this information
and yet the
over and
professor
over.
from USC does have an idea. Is that what you're trying to say? Is that,
I know,
where are
serious.
you going with this?
We need to go. We need to go to
UCLA
Cade.
Law School here, so you know, take a step back there, take a breather.
Well, it's just, a wide range where the person working at a car wash has this similar issues as opposed to, also a person that's had a college education that still doesn't, he's like, I've sent this. They asked me for this, I sent it. I don't know what else they want. I've tried calling them, they're not answering me. So that is what the same situation that's been happening for, just a wide range of people. So it is very common. Before I finish, I also want to talk about the National Mortgage Settlement. We did get a grant from the AG settlement, which is going to help us do some more of outreach and get people to know who we are and what we're here to do. So that's something that's very much needed, and we were very happy to get this
Let
grant.
me ask you in that specific point. The challenge you have, is it outreach? You don't have enough folks that know about you, or is the
Right.
challenge once somebody comes in, having a person in your office that actually help them walk through this process?
I think both. A lot of people that come to me have already been to scammers. They've already paid $3,000 for to those lawyers that say that they can help, and so I've
Not
had
these lawyers,
No,
but
not
other
those.
lawyers.
That's
Okay.
why I went like this. Lawyers. There's the ones that advertise, saying, I'll promise you, the world. I'll promise you your house, and you only have to pay very little money, which is not necessarily true. So
A little bit of salt on the wound there.
well, the reason I say that is because a lot of times they're not lawyers. They just say they're lawyers, or they work with lawyers, and they're
Well,
not
let me ask
necessarily.
you, too bad Senator Dunn's not here to ask him the state bar enforcement. You still have a lot of those issues out there with
Yes, there
a
was
lot
one.
of the folks out saying, I'm an attorney, give me the 3,000, by the way, you're not.
Oh yeah,
is that
that's
still an issue?
happening. That's definitely still an issue, and especially targeting the low income population that does not speak, English. They target that population. Well, in my case, and with my clients, a Spanish speaking population. That's there was one specific one that just got disbarred just this last couple months ago.
Well, that was an attorney that got this.
Yeah,
bar.
that one was, yeah. So
Was that because he violated the law or just didn't,
Gee,
he said
yeah,
promised to
Siringo
get you?
Ringo, if anybody heard of him, yeah. So he was charging upfront fees. He was promising modifications, and
Did you handle that, Senator Calderon, the upfront fee issue?
yes. So they're still out there, and they're on the radio, and I hear them on Spanish radio all the
On
time.
the radio?
Yes.
¿Qué pasó? What's going on with that? It's illegal and they're on the radio? Senator Calderon, you need to follow up legislation.
Yeah,
No,
they
but on
they are
serious
getting better.
note-
We are reporting them, so that is something that we are helping our borrowers do, and making sure we report these people.
I'm concerned because I'm hearing your testimony, and I feel like a time warp 2 years ago. I'm hearing the same things I heard 2 years ago.
Yeah,
And as I
it's
think about,
unfortunate.
my last time I got a mortgage, that was just a, homeowner's mortgage, trying to buy a house. The closing docs were this thick, okay? And and at the end of the day, was like the day before closing. I had to go in and sign everything you were talking about, which is making sure that, the tax returns was a real life signature and all this stuff. And I'm hearing the same issues with trying to modify these loans or loan
Right.
forgiveness. You're looking at a whole new process of essentially buying a house again here.
And with that takes
And I'm
twice
not
the
sure-
time. Yeah.
The capacity's there, and then I'm going to ask the banks in a minute, with their capacities there to do all these refis, so to speak, for these distressed owners.
Yeah, also I want to talk about success story where the homeowners bill of rights did work in my bar's favor, where we were able to get their sale stopped after 2 years of trying to obtain assistance, and they came into my office 3 weeks prior to a sale from happening. I talked to the servicer. I was able to get the sale from being stopped. We got him into a trial, and he's currently in the permanent modification. And this is an example of if the
You
homeowners
said
bill of
he's in a
rights.
trial? Is that what you said?
He got into a trial modification, which is
Okay,
3
trial
months. Trial
modification.
modification, and then now he's in a permanent modification, which with an affordable payment. And that did work. So I am gonna say there are positive things, and when it is followed the way it should be, that there are some good outcomes that can happen, but that's not the norm, which is what we're trying to, get at. It is not the norm. It does take several months to get to this permanent modification, which most people are not receiving.
I turn it over to these gentlemen over here. Mr. Manning, welcome.
Thank you, Senators. I'm Joe Manning. I'm a private attorney representing homeowners.
You've seen it a few times. You've filed some lawsuits
Many times, over 100 lawsuits.
under this homeowners bill of rights.
Probably 50 under the Homeowners
Okay.
Bill of Rights. I've been doing this prior to the enaction of the Homeowners Bill of Rights. And my experience, what I see happening in the trenches is, the ladies here that have discussed these matters, my experience is consistent with their experience of what I see, what I hear from homeowners that are distressed. And in fact, I've worked with Ms. Pinto's office. They send HUD counselors to some of our mediations or mandatory settlement conferences, typically at the request of the ADR departments or the judges that are ordering the mandatory settlement conferences. And they're extremely knowledgeable and extremely helpful. And often, I love having them there because then they can, sometimes as the advocate for the homeowner, the other side may not take my word for something, but when the HUD counselor is there and is not necessarily in any particular person's corner, but guiding the neutral, the mediator, or pro tem handling the mandatory settlement conference, they have greater credibility. And frequently they're educating the bank's attorney and the bank's underwriter that's present at the conference about what's possible and how things work, which is certainly distressing after we've been going through months of evaluating and underwriting. With respect to the effect of Homeowners Bill of Rights on the actions that we've filed, I think it's a huge improvement in terms of providing tools to private attorneys to assist homeowners in trying to save their homes or prevent foreclosure. Foreclosure prevention doesn't always take the form of saving the home. It's a complex issue, and there's a lot of data that comes to bear, and there are many players: the servicer, frankly, the client, the servicer, the judge, opposing counsel, the underwriter, and then the beneficial owner of the loan. And in many cases, when we get outside of the Homeowners Bill of Rights, the National Mortgage Settlement, we've got beneficial owners of the loan that are securitized trusts that then delegate that authority to enact loss mitigation procedures to the servicer. And distressingly, many times the servicer seems to be unaware even of what their actual role is in terms of acting on behalf of the beneficial owner of the loan. So part of what we do in the litigation process, as we try to settle the case, we try to educate them about what's possible. For example, I've had many cases where I've been told that loans had been securitized and therefore nothing was possible in terms of loss mitigation. I've then gone and pulled the publicly reported information on these loans because they're an investment owned by someone. Those people that own those investments track them, and you can get loan level performance frequently. And we can show that maybe 20% of a loan pool has actually been modified, but we've been hearing that it was impossible to modify. And those are just cases where there's a knowledge gap and where the servicer is not aware of the characteristics of the trust. In the scope of Homeowners Bill of Rights, the some of the questions I was asked or thought that I'd address, the people that come to me, almost everybody that comes to me has tried to modify their loan and save their home multiple times and failed. I see almost no one that has not tried, and many of them with the assistance of legal aid, some sent to us by legal aid as we represent a form of escalation. With respect to Homeowners Bill of Rights, I do see a perception problem on dual tracking. There's a misunderstanding about what that means. What is dual tracking? And some of the other speakers have commented on that. Conceptually, dual tracking can be different. What you think of dual tracking being is often different than what the statute says. And so there's sometimes a misperception by homeowners. They may believe that they're not in danger of foreclosure because they have submitted an application. And that gets you back to the complete application problem. And if the bank perceives that the application is not complete, then it's not complete. And that could be a problem. I've had a number of owners come to me after the trustee sale of their home, believing that they had a complete application that had been submitted, and therefore they hadn't been concerned, or at least they were concerned, but they hadn't taken action prior to the trustee sale. With respect to cases filed before and after foreclosure, probably 90%, 80 to 90% of the cases I file are pre-foreclosure, and that's because common sense would tell you that people are fighting for their home, and their highest level of urgency is, usually shortly before foreclosure. After foreclosure, people give up frequently. It's difficult to rescind a trustee sale. Homeowners Bill of Rights did something very important, which was it extended the private right of action after the auction up to the time when the trustee's deed upon sale was actually recorded. And I've rescinded several sales. I've been able to go into court, get a temporary restraining order, rescind a sale, and enter into some arrangement that enabled the homeowner to keep their home permanently as a direct result of that provision of the Homeowners Bill of Rights. That's tough because if the homeowner doesn't come to you immediately, the trustee issues the trustee's deed, it gets recorded, and
How much time elapses?
it can be anywhere from the day after but usually, especially with a large servicer and a trustee, it's going to be 10 days to 2 weeks.
That long?
I recently had a scenario where we filed suit immediately after the trustee's sale, and the servicer, apparently understanding the law, which is, I usually don't see them this nimble, issued the trustee's deed that day, and the purchaser ran down and recorded it that day, and before we could even get into court. So that happens. That's unusual, and it's unusual for anything to happen very quickly with the large banks, right? So that was a smaller trustee, but that has provided an opening, at least, for a completed trustee sale to be rescinded under the law. The servicing transfer issue is a major issue. I'm seeing the same thing that the housing counselors are seeing. Frequently, it does mean you start over, or if you're in litigation with the servicer, they'll then say, "Hey, the case is now moot because we're out. These new guys are in, and you basically have to start over." And so we're looking at, seeking to hold the beneficiary, the principal to that agent responsible rather than just going after the agent. But it does present all these things present hurdles for homeowners that are not capable of, financing expensive litigation, and it just becomes a game where you can be worn out. Sometimes I get questions from judges about why why is it that we're coming in on an expedited or ex parte basis to seek a temporary restraining order? And it's because homeowners don't want to spend their money on attorneys, and they hope that they can resolve their situation without an attorney. And it's only when it's usually only when they start to lose hope that they actually hire an attorney.
Well, hold that thought there, because we heard testimony of folks getting ripped off, I guess. They're going to the wrong attorneys, it sounds like. But who generally, private right of action, is this, you take these cases on a contingency or fees, or how do you end up, who hires you, and how do you get compensated?
Right. They're not contingency cases. The cases are, we charge either a flat fee or an hourly fee at the election of the client. And it is costly. On the other hand, in most cases, the clients that I'm dealing with are people with some means. They're usually, and that's important, because in order to
So
save
the
their
folks
home,
here that would be going to legal aid wouldn't be coming to you, typically.
in some cases they go to legal aid, they get some information, they find out they don't qualify. But particularly in Orange County, you're looking at home prices anywhere from 500,000 up to 8 million in my case, and you've got, in some cases, people that have a high income and and a home that's valuable still want to save their home. And
8 million, huh?
I think that was the most. Yeah.
Not my district.
Right. That was exceptional and unusual, and that was more of a paperwork issue in terms of the chain of assignments and the legal right to foreclose, and not a homeowner's bill of rights.
Do you ever get
case.
courts to award your attorney's fees?
I haven't yet. I've received many temporary restraining orders. There will be cases where we'll seek those at the conclusion of the case, but the cases generally take long enough that we're not there yet. It's a relatively new law. Some of the things that mitigate against that is the banks recognize when they've got a loser and they want to settle the case, and so then they can generally settle the case.
When you say they've got a loser, they want to settle the case.
And so they'll offer the homeowner.
Yeah, but what makes the case, I guess, for a bank a loser case? I mean, is it that they recognize that maybe the process?
Yeah, they're dual tracking. I mean, it's clear. I had a case where the bank didn't actually even have the right to foreclose. It was a Washington Mutual loan that had been securitized before Chase acquired it. Chase was foreclosing, but didn't realize that it didn't even own the loan. So it could be something like that, or we also have scenarios where we've got a change in circumstances, and that's recognized by the law, where a borrower has a material change in circumstances, and that's happening. That's an important part of the law, because a couple things. One, property values have increased, so people that were severely distressed, in terms of the information we saw, the analytics regarding how far underwater an individual is, some of them are less underwater, or maybe even just kind of poking their head into the equity territory. Now they become more interested in saving their home. Also, although
And you were saying earlier over here that would change the net present value
That's correct.
test.
that creates
So
a
that would
hurdle.
motivate, I guess, sounds like the bank would be more motivated to foreclose, or
Well, if the
I don't want to put words in your mouth.
It's not so much motivated as when they run the analysis, the net
They're
present.
not qualified.
It's just pass or fail, and if it doesn't pass the test, they don't modify.
Okay,
because
I want to be clear of that. It's not a motivation, it's the test of whether you qualify for the modification is changed.
The element is, what the net present value test does for lenders is determine whether or not it's more economical to foreclose or modify. That's the analysis.
Sure.
It's all automated. I mean, they just plug in numbers and it works.
Right, and so that creates a headwind for the modification, because now that the property's worth more, the likelihood that the bank will recoup more of its loss in a foreclosure increases, which means that the economics of modification are not as good for the bank. But you have to run the analysis in every case, and it's not always the determining factor. There's an FDIC net present value spreadsheet that's available publicly, and then there are HAMP net present values tests, and each servicer has customized those with the approval of the Treasury to meet its own requirements. There's not full transparency there. Frankly, a lot of time we see the wrong values used, the wrong income used. That becomes another point of contention in these cases. But getting back to the change in circumstances, so one thing that motivates homeowners to want to save their home is they see that maybe their second was forgiven under the national mortgage settlement. Now the property value comes up somewhat. The perception was for a time that it was going to zero, the sort of the mass perception, and all of us saw that or witnessed that. So now it's coming back. Also, employment, although not returning to pre-recession levels, it's better. So maybe a spouse that was laid off has a job, not earning as much, but more. So they're candidates now. They want to save their home, and there's a possibility they can save their home. So even though they've been previously rejected, they'll let the lender know, hey, here's my situation. If their situation's changed in a material way, they're supposed to be re-reviewed. And we've sought, in many cases, we've been forced to seek a temporary restraining order to have the court order the servicer to reconsider them. And in a number of those cases, they've ultimately been able to keep their home. So that's a common fact pattern that I see today. And I also see that there is a strong correlation, economics and so forth aside. Homeowners that fight to keep their homes are much more likely to keep their homes. I've seen people really fight for a long period of time with the help of legal aid, people like myself, Mr. Howard, and there really is a correlation between that, engaging in that fight, not when it's pointless, but where there's hope, and then actually keeping your home.
Mr. Howard, what do you think?
Well, I echo all the comments that my colleagues have said up here, and so I'll just say a couple of prepared remarks, and then if you have questions of me, you can certainly ask them. Thank you, Senators, for having us here today. My name is Vincent Howard, and I am the managing shareholder of Howard Law PC in Costa Mesa. The focus of my practice is in the area of wrongful foreclosure, and my team of attorneys and professionals have been representing homeowners who have faced abusive foreclosure tactics since the meltdown of the housing market back in 2007. I'm here today on behalf of the Consumer Attorneys of California, CAOC. I serve on CAOC's legislative committee, where I've had the pleasure of working with some very fine people regarding this bill. This committee has asked me and others here today to give my opinion on how California homeowners are faring under the new legislation. In a nutshell, I am of the opinion that though the intent of the Mortgage Relief Bill and its progeny, the Homeowners Bill of Rights, was and is to stop the tidal wave of preventable foreclosures from happening by forcing lenders to adhere to the law and by encouraging lenders and servicers to reach out to homeowners and look for meaningful alternatives to foreclosure, I believe that servicers have still yet to do all that they can to meaningfully review applicants for alternatives to foreclosure. While the great state of California created legislation to try and help level the playing field and compel servicers to look into modifications prior to filing foreclosure documents, my law firm still experiences a steady volume of calls from homeowners that are being dual-tracked. Additionally, when our client servicers do finally deny them for a loan modification, the servicers provide vague reasons for the denial. In circumstances that warrant them to provide homeowners the inputs used for the servicer's net present value calculations, the servicers fail to provide them. In each circumstance, what seems like a simple process that should be transparent and easy for the homeowners to understand, it is being withheld from them. By doing this, it makes it difficult for clients to understand why their servicer is denying them for something they believe they should be qualifying for to begin with. So in summary, two of the most popular violations we still see, in addition to what was mentioned here on the panel today, is dual tracking and improper denials. It is imperative that we ensure that as part of the non-judicial process, homeowners are considered for and have a meaningful opportunity to obtain available loss mitigation options. That wasn't accomplished under the mortgage relief bill because we have seen throughout the years that unless there is some sort of meaningful enforcement mechanism in place, servicers simply refuse to follow servicing rules. Moreover, they have repeatedly demonstrated that they are not interested in reviewing homeowners for available loss mitigation options, including loan modifications homeowners may qualify for. I believe the intent of the new legislation that took effect this year was to ensure that homeowners would absolutely have a private right of action, something that was disputed originally under the mortgage relief bill until the Mayberry decision, and that there would be an incentive for attorneys to represent homeowners in these matters by providing for attorney's fees for acquiring injunctive relief for homeowners. Though we are seeing no issues with the private right of action, we are seeing issues with the awarding of attorney's fees for any injunctive relief, though it is clear in the legislative intent that attorneys who represent distressed homeowners may receive these fees for injunctive relief at both the temporary restraining order stage and the preliminary injunction stage. Judges are still not uniform in this practice, as some will grant attorney's fees at either stage, while some will only grant fees if you are successful at the preliminary injunction stage. Moreover, this has also created somewhat of a loophole for the servicers if the latter scenario occurs because of the safe harbor provision built into the law. If a judge grants a TRO, then the servicer can easily remedy the situation by rescinding the notice of default, thus making a preliminary injunction hearing a moot point. If that happens with a judge who only allows attorney's fees at the preliminary injunction level, the attorney representing the homeowner receives no attorney's fees, thus disincentivizing the attorney to even take the case from the outset. In conclusion, California's new Homeowners Bill of Rights was supposed to make the mortgage and foreclosure process in California arguably more fair and transparent, thus forcing servicers to meaningfully consider homeowners for the various modification programs that are out there for them. Instead, our clients still see little change in their circumstances since this crisis began. They are still being denied for modifications they feel they deserve, and for those who are denied, they just want to understand why. All the while, servicers are still allowed to blatantly violate the law with little consequence. Questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Questions, sir? I want to thank all of you very much, and let's move now to our final set of panelists. Original panel 6, how are lenders and servicers faring? An industry perspective. You get the last word, folks. No, they're not going to do that. 3 minutes
We'll
each,
be brief.
Of course not, no. Go ahead and introduce yourselves and begin, and let's open it up.
Mr. Chair and Senators, Kevin Gould with the California Bankers Association. Very much appreciate providing the forum here today. The California Bankers Association is pleased to have Peter Munoz with us to provide testimony today. Peter is a long-standing member of CBA's Legal Affairs Committee. He's got some substantial history in terms of California legislation, going back to his analysis and his guidance to clients surrounding SB 1137 Parada, which in many ways was the foundation for much of the Homeowner Bill of Rights, including some of the other provisions not discussed today surrounding blight and tenants' rights. And so with that, we're pleased to have Peter Munoz here, who is a partner with the law firm of Reed Smith.
Good morning or afternoon.
1 minute in the afternoon, that's
Okay.
sir. My apologies for running late. I just want to make sure everybody has an opportunity to say their thoughts, so go ahead.
Okay,
sir.
I try to keep it as short as I can. I'll eliminate some of the other points.
But I want to
was
make
going
sure
make.
that, you say what you've got to say.
Yes. Well, I think it's important to recognize that what we currently have right now is the perception by a number of people who have attended that the banks have an ulterior motive to foreclose individuals. And it really isn't the case. The bank would rather have a good loan, a performing loan, someone living in their property, taking care of the collateral. And if there have been defaults, the bank would rather work it out. They would rather have a performing loan than take back the property and then absorb a deficiency. In addition to that, there have been, the other concern that really hasn't been expressed here is the fact that we're addressing here non-judicial foreclosures. As everyone knows, we have two different procedures for foreclosure, judicial foreclosure and the non-judicial foreclosure. This goes back to California day one, when California was first founded, 1849, 1850, it's the same concept. The non-judicial foreclosure was a trade-off. The judicial foreclosure takes a long process, costs a lot of attorney's fees, a lot of delays. The non-judicial foreclosure was a trade-off. If the bank gets to foreclose, the borrower gets to walk away. That whole issue that was addressed earlier about negative equity, that negative equity disappears with a non-judicial foreclosure. The banks, though, in return, the banks get a quick foreclosure that benefits the general public in that it takes the real estate, puts it back into the market as a reduced value, and then where it can be purchased by the buyers, and it encourages the lenders to continue to make new loans. What we have here is a process that the legislation that has been passed, what I've encountered and what I've seen, has created enormous amounts of delays in the non-judicial foreclosure, to the extent that some of the banks were saying, why are we going non-judicial foreclosure? We're safer going to the court and just filing a judicial foreclosure, and if it allows us to get a deficiency, so much the better, because we're not getting the benefit of having a quick foreclosure mechanism. So therefore, you need to take that into account in deciding how you're going to treat the process. Now, I can understand and I fully appreciate a lot of the harm and suffering to individuals with the economy, but you can't you have to be careful about distorting the process of foreclosure by imposing a lot of burdens that might ultimately do away with the benefit of the non-judicial foreclosure. The first delays are if you have, before you can file a notice of default, a notice of sale, or conclude the sale, you must go through the first lien modification. If the borrower decided to appeal, he can appeal. If the borrower decides that the appeal didn't work, it can claim a modification based upon changed circumstances. And the statute doesn't require what you have to prove to indicate your changed circumstances. And there are cases, and I can tell you many cases, where the borrower simply says, I have changed circumstances. They don't tell you what the changed circumstances are. They simply say, I have changed circumstances. And that then puts the bank into a decision as to whether the bank is going to foreclose. Banks are conservative institutions. They do not want to be sued. They want to make sure they're complying with the law. So therefore, and the statute imposes a responsibility on the bank to bear the burden of proof. So therefore, the banks will not take action and will hold off in proceeding with a foreclosure. In addition, you have the statute provide a very new extraordinary remedy, which is the injunction that can be awarded and the attorney's fees that can be awarded to the plaintiff if it is successful in obtaining the injunction. Not if it is successful in winning the case and proving that it wasn't in default, but simply getting the injunction. And I can tell you there have been awards of attorney's fees for the injunction against the bank. Most judges are fair individuals. They do not want to see individuals lose their houses, and therefore they will grant an injunction to make sure that the status quo is maintained while the litigation is undergoing. And that's fully understandable and fully reasonable, but current law does not allow the attorney's fees to be awarded unless the plaintiff proves his case that the bank was wrong to begin with. This changes the law and says that the borrower wins simply by getting the injunction, irregardless of what happens in the long run. Now, all of that
When it comes to attorney's fees.
Those are for the attorney's fees and getting the injunction. Now, that's still all of the initial lawsuit money, the initial getting the lawsuit ready, filing the lawsuit, going to court, and getting the injunction. That costs money to do that. And this gives the borrower an opportunity to get that without having to worry about winning the ultimate lawsuit. And the issue is, was there a material violation of the law, of the statute. Well, what does material violation mean? Under current law, prior to the Homeowners Bill of Rights having been enacted, the material violation had to affect the ultimate ability of the borrower to get a restructure that he or she were entitled to, not simply delaying the foreclosure. And I think that issue, the uncertainty of that issue is very important, because the banks then have to decide, is this a violation? Did we send the notices? If we had sent the notices, would the borrower have been able to get a restructure? Many times the borrower would not have been able to get the restructure, so therefore it should have been no harm, no foul, but under the statute, you still may be liable. There's a new procedure that I've talked to some title companies, this whole injunction statute. I've talked to some title companies that this whole injunction statute has permitted plaintiffs who don't actually want to get an injunction. They simply file the lawsuit on the eve of the foreclosure. They file a lis pendens with the county recorder's office. Now, nobody can be a BFP, because there's record notice of a dispute to title to the property. And following the foreclosure sale, title companies that I've just spoken to said they will not be insuring the title of the buyer at the foreclosure sale, because the lis pendens has created a legal issue that the title companies will not assume responsibility for. So now you have the further delay, because you've tied up the title and you forced the banks to litigate the issue of the validity of the property, and they've in effect gotten the benefit of the injunction simply by having this. In addition, there are other matters that really should be addressed, such as this statute is really meant to benefit individuals who cannot make the periodic monthly payments. And while the bulk of the problems arise exactly on that area, this statute also applies to any other default: a default upon failure to pay in maturity, a default upon failure to maintain the property, a default upon failure to pay taxes. All of those elements, and I have one in my desk right now that I have those problems. The borrower could not make the regular payments, but the loan has gotten to maturity. He hasn't paid the taxes, he's got issues with the property, and I still have to go through all of the procedures for the Homeowner's Bill of Rights, even though it doesn't really apply to my situation. It doesn't make sense. There are a few other points, but I know because of the time constraints, I want to make sure to leave enough time for other people. If we later on proceed, you want to have, there are 3 or 4 other points that I can talk.
Please make the points.
Okay, well, one of them deals with the issue of the transfer of the beneficial interest. The statute requires the party with the beneficial interest in the mortgage to conduct the foreclosure. And if you are not the holder of the beneficial interest, you cannot conduct the foreclosure. Well, there's a difference between the holder of the beneficial interest and the beneficiary, and also between the actual lender, the payee on the loan. And the way the statute is written, the MERS, as you're quite familiar, is often given the beneficial interest of the real estate. So the statute, the way it's written, technically, will prevent the beneficiary and the lender from conducting the foreclosure, and would allow all of the decisions to be made by MERS, and it strips the lender of the authority. And I don't think that was what was actually intended, but that's the way I understand the statute to have been meant. I believe the statute intended for the lender, who was the beneficiary, to really be the party making the decisions. And another point that I think is very important is the broad definition of mortgage servicer. It can be interpreted to mean that the bank that made the loan is the mortgage servicer, and the attorney for the bank is also a mortgage servicer, because the attorney is dealing with the borrower, and sometimes the loan officer, the bank officer, is also an individual who is dealing with the borrower. So all 3 of those entities could be jointly and severally liable. And this creates problems because there are attorneys, and I'm not saying anything about attorneys in this room, I will assume all of them are very ethical attorneys. But there are other attorneys who are not so ethical. And they have sued the attorney working for the bank and the loan officer working for the bank. It puts the loan officers and the attorneys in a very prickly situation because they are then actually defendants in that lawsuit. And I think that covers all my points, and I would like other people to have their opportunity.
Thank you
If you have
very
any
much.
questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Mr. Senzola, welcome.
Mr. Chair and Senator Calderon, my name is Pat Zenzala. I'm with KP Public Affairs, and I'm here on behalf of the California Mortgage Bankers Association today. I have the pleasure of introducing Joe Sanders. Joe is the Director of Servicing for First Mortgage Corporation, and he has over 20 years of experience in the mortgage origination and servicing business, and so he's very well positioned to provide the committee with feedback regarding his experience with the Homeowner Bill of Rights. He's on the front lines of working with the new requirements on a day-to-day basis, and also he provides the unique perspective of working for a mid-size lender servicer that's a non-depository institution and really being located here in Southern California. So with that, I'll present Joe and look forward to any questions you have for us.
Sanders, welcome. You want to put that up to you real close so you can...
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Senator Calderon. As introduced, my name is Joe Sanders, and I'm the Managing Director of the Servicing Division at First Mortgage Corporation. First Mortgage Corporation is a 41-year-old, mid-size California mortgage banking company currently servicing close to $5 billion in FHA, VA, and GSE loan servicing. We are strictly an FHA, VA, GSE lender servicer with a primary focus on serving FHA's mission, which is to create strong, sustainable communities by offering quality FHA home loans to all applicants who qualify. We do not subservice, nor do we originate or service portfolio loans. We also do not deny or disregard applicants solely based upon their FICO scores, as with most banks, otherwise known as credit overlays. To that end, I hope my testimony here today can provide the Chair and Senator Calderon with a unique insight on how the Homeowner Bill of Rights has affected a non-depository California mortgage banking company such as First Mortgage. Since the implementation of the Homeowner Bill of Rights, First Mortgage Corporation has completed approximately 175 loan modifications, most of which were FHA, VA, or Fannie Mae loan modifications. Considering that we are required by the GSEs, HUD, and VA to offer and review all loss mitigation and home retention options, with no disrespect intended to the Homeowner Bill of Rights, the loan modifications we've completed this year were not a product of the requirements under the Homeowner Bill of Rights. Due to some of the strict requirements under the Homeowner Bill of Rights, First Mortgage has seen an increase in loss mitigation and foreclosure staff by at least 20%, solely to ensure compliance with the Homeowner Bill of Rights, whereas prior to the Homeowner Bill of Rights, we staffed accordingly to comply with the GSE requirements, FHA requirements, and the VA requirements. Due to some of the strict requirements under the Homeowner Bill of Rights, as stated in my introduction, First Mortgage is a VA, FHA, and GSE lender. All of the VA, FHA, and VA loans that we service are securitized in Ginnie Mae pools. We are required to advance interest to the Ginnie Mae security holders on the 15th of each month, whether or not that payment has been paid by the borrower. As a result of the Homeowner Bill of Rights, we have experienced a significant increase in the advances to the Ginnie Mae security holders on loans that are in default, which is a direct result of the extended non-judicial foreclosure process in California, particularly on applicants who apply but do not qualify for a loan modification under FHA, VA, or the GSE guidelines, or when a borrower's request for a loan modification is made in bad faith or as a measure to delay the foreclosure process. And those advances continue until the foreclosure process is complete. But more importantly, we recover the advance through the FHA insurance claim when the foreclosure is completed. But we receive a lower rate of interest than the interest we've been advancing to the Ginnie Mae security holders. So it is in the best interest of First Mortgage in every aspect to keep borrowers in their home when it's possible. Though we understand and applaud the California legislature for their intent behind the Homeowner Bill of Rights, which is to ensure that borrowers have an opportunity to apply and be considered for all foreclosure prevention options that may be available to them, the Homeowner Bill of Rights has employed predatory attorneys and unscrupulous third parties who try to leverage us with threats of lawsuits, claiming that we have violated the Homeowner Bill of Rights when it's clearly obvious that we have not. As a result, First Mortgage has been sued twice under the Homeowner Bill of Rights. One was wrongfully filed as the borrower's attorney interpreted 2923.6A differently than we did. The complaint was eventually dismissed once we obtained a completed package and were fortunately able to qualify the borrower for an FHA loan modification. The other complaint is still pending, but we believe with absolute certainty that we did not violate the Homeowner Bill of Rights. And that
On that lawsuit that you settled, there was an attorney that filed,
Yes, sir.
and that attorney was hired by the borrower?
Yes, sir.
So that, essentially, that borrower had to pay, what, on an hourly basis, probably?
I can't intelligently
Wouldn't
speak to
say
that, but
that
I would
The
agree.
judge didn't award, any legal fees from your behalf to the plaintiff?
No, sir.
Okay.
They filed the complaint, and immediately after the complaint, they filed an ex parte for a TRO, temporary restraining order. At the TRO hearing, they were denied the TRO. The case never made it to the preliminary injunction stage because we were able to complete the process once we obtained a few documents that completed
Were
the
you
package.
already in the process of,
Yes, we were. But the loan modification, in that particular case, the loan modification request came after the recordation of the notice of sale. And therefore, the only thing left was the sale itself. Once we received the loan modification package, it was short documents. The foreclosure sale was still set, but it was in a distant time frame. Immediately, the attorney basically stated that he believed that the sale should have been canceled the moment we received the package. And that's not what 2923.6A indicates. So in that case, we were fortunately able to complete the process by getting the second bank statement that was missing from the original loan application or modification application. And fortunately, we were able to approve the borrower under the FHA guidelines. I don't know the result or how it would have ended had we had not been able to qualify that borrower under the FHA guidelines.
okay, thank you.
And the other complaint is still pending, but again, we are absolutely sure we did not violate the Homeowner Bill of Rights. In that particular case, we went to sale 32 days after the original denial without any appeal from the borrower. And that's still pending, and there'll be an outcome soon. I believe the provisions in 2924.12A and B not only invites predatory attorneys who actually prey on the vulnerability of homeowners and at the homeowner's legal expense, but those provisions are used as threats in an attempt to leverage us. Even though the borrower or their attorney or third party is failing to provide the documentation, dragging their feet on the documentation, making promises to provide the documentation, but they never do. And in some cases, provide fraudulent documentation, which takes extensive time to investigate because we want to be sure. As we all know, the bankruptcy laws were never intended to stall or thwart the foreclosure process, but we all know it happens. And what we're starting to see now is borrowers, those predatory attorneys, third parties, start to use the loan modification request as a tool to stall the process. And we're starting to see more and more of that.
So what happens ultimately? I mean, the typical story I've heard here in testimony is that a borrower goes out, homeowner goes out, spends $3,000, the attorney another $2,000, then the day before the foreclosure, the sale itself, they go out and file bankruptcy. That tactic does what? It stalls for how long?
What occurs in that case, Senator, is that we're forced to, the automatic stay goes into place. We cannot continue with the foreclosure sale, and we must seek a motion for relief. That's, could take, depending on the court, depending on the county, it could take 60 days, 120 days. But eventually, we will get the motion for relief in a Chapter 7 filing. But that's expensive sometimes. It's expensive to the borrower to file that. So in lieu of having to pay that expense, what they'll do is they will send in a last-minute loan modification request, knowing that we cannot move forward under the homeowner bill of rights. We must then review and go through the process, notify the borrower, appeal time, and all of that. So that's free of charge. All you have to do is fax in a request, and the foreclosure stops at that point. And we're
So
starting
in
to
lieu of
see.
the bankruptcy, you just request a loan modification?
Yes, sir. That's what we're starting to see happen at this moment of time. Also, I listened to some of the previous speakers in the previous panels before me, and with regard to a change in circumstance, I believe that the statute indicates that had the borrower been reviewed prior to the enactment of the Homeowner Bill of Rights, which took effect January 1st of this year, that we do not have to re-review the borrower unless there's been a material change in their position, financial, whatnot. It refers to 2012 and 2013. But what I see occurring here is when a loan modification is requested, we receive a completed package, we render a denial decision, and again, this is going to be based upon FHA, VA, and Fannie Mae guidelines, not our own proprietary guidelines. We must follow those guidelines. We deny it. Then what occurs is they go through the appellate process. After that, we move forward with the foreclosure process, but the following month, they'll say they had a change in circumstance, fax over a lot of information, but after its review, we find out there is no change. But again, when they fax that back over or they submit that package again, we have to go through the process again, re-review it, send them out that denial letter.
Who sends that package in?
It could be, we've seen it come from the borrower, mainly third parties, some attorneys. They come from different. It's not, one is not more predisposed to send it than the other. We've just seen them from those three pipelines. But there's ambiguity in the statute with regard to material change in their financial position. I believe 2923.6 indicates that it has to be a change from, again, 2012 to 2013. I don't believe that there's anywhere in the statutes that comprise the Homeowner Bill of Rights where it indicates that after the denial, after the appellate period, if there's been a material change.
So let me ask you to, think here, and you can't presuppose, I guess you could do is presuppose to think of the folks that are trying to save their house. When they do this request for modification, are they fighting to keep their home? Are they essentially fighting to stay in the house for a few more months without paying?
Well, you have a little bit of both. You have borrowers who generally want to stay in their home, and they're looking for a program that will assist them in doing so. And then you're going to have ones that, based upon the history.
And those are the ones that are arguably good faith here.
Absolutely.
Trying to keep on, keep their castle.
And we'll do everything. We'll ask for exceptions, what they call variances from HUD, if they fall outside of the modification guidelines. We'll do whatever we can to get exceptions to the guidelines to keep them in their home. It's in our financial best interest. We lose money. We lose money if we foreclose on that property. We don't get to keep the property. We convey the property back to either the VA, Fannie Mae, or HUD, and we take a loss and a shared foreclosure cost.
And what you're talking about is kind of what I was getting at with the other panelists, which is, I'm presuming everybody's dealing from a position of good faith here. You're trying to preserve your business model, not lose money. The homeowner's trying to keep their home. And yet I'm hearing, again, kind of like time warp here, 2 years ago, time warp of the fact that there's still challenges in the process here of filling out these loan modifications.
No, I don't think there's a challenge. I mean, in reality, Senator, the loan modification application is pretty simple. I mean, in reality, we really only need 90 days of pay records, a couple months of bank statements. We don't even request a tax return unless they're self-employed. It's pretty simple stuff to produce. But we find all too many times we ask for 2 bank statements, we'll get 1. We'll ask for 90 days of pay records, we'll get 2 weeks weeks sometimes. And you go through the request, and you send out a needs letter. You give them an appropriate amount of time to return it. They don't return it. You send out a denial letter based upon an incomplete package, and the next thing you know, a few days later, you may get one of 5 documents that you had asked for. And of course, and it's in our best interest. We don't want to be sued. We then start, again, working with the borrower, regardless of whether the time has lapsed between the time we had asked for the documents. And it's just a slow process, and you can tell that what we're asking for is pretty simple. It's not complicated at all. It's a one-page financial worksheet you fill out, a hardship letter, some pay records, and a couple of bank statements. It's not difficult. I cannot speak for what banks require. All I can speak for is what we require by way of the guidelines we have to follow with FHA, VA, and Fannie, Freddie, and the GSEs. Any more questions, sir?
Yes.
Well, you have a question, but I'm kind of at a loss because, again, not speaking for the banks, but testimony on the other side of consumer advocates was a little bit different.
Yes, it was. Quite different.
And again, I'm just
you know, in that
trying to figure
regard,
this out here.
in that regard, I'm sorry, I cannot relate to what I heard from the consumer panel before us. I cannot relate to that with regard to, you know, lost documents, hide the ball, those type of that type of terminology that I heard prior to our panel speaking right now. I can't relate to that. I look at it as a very simple process. It's really simple. And some of these housing counseling agencies, I cannot begin to tell you how we have to educate them on what we need in requirement to satisfy the requirement of FHAV. They're used to dealing with the banks. They have the larger problem. And so therefore, what occurs is we receive feedback, well, the Bank of America didn't ask for this, or this, you know, this is what we need. We spell it out. It's pretty simple. But we constantly have to educate the housing counseling agencies who are not familiar with the FHA, VA, and GSE requirements.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders. In all fairness, I don't believe the housing counselors were referring to your organization specifically. They were referring to another. But it just sounds hard to fathom that, for example, their complaint is, what is, you know, we don't know what a loan modification package, complete package is. Okay? I mean, is it really that vague, or is there a defined, just like a 1003 or whatever they call those loan apps, 1011s, whatever.
It's not vague at all.
1003s.
Yeah, it's not vague at all. It's pretty specific. I don't see any vagueness or ambiguity in what we request.
Okay, given that, you also said that your denials or approvals for loan mods are based on FHA, Fannie Mae, VA guidelines.
Correct.
So, I mean, if that's the case, I'm assuming, unless I shouldn't assume, that then the other lenders are also following what those guidelines are. They're already preset. So if you have a preset guideline to determine approval or denial, then the completed application has to be the same. So I'm just wondering where all this discrepancy comes from.
I think it's a discrepancy between the portfolio loans that the banks service, their own loans, versus what, and they may, apply stricter requirements. I can't speak on their behalf. All I know is what we request from the standpoint of FHA, VA, and the GSEs. It is pretty simple. It is really simple when I look at it. And so I can't speak with what the banks require for modifications on their own portfolio loans.
The other question I had, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Please, of course.
You also mentioned that since HOBAR became into effect in January, you've had 2 lawsuits.
Yes, sir.
It's pretty minimal, would you say?
Yes, sir, but the forecast for the future, I believe that not only 9 months into the Homeowner Bill of Rights, it has taken time for this to resonate in the communities of the attorneys and third parties. But these 2 lawsuits are very recent. One was within the last month, and the other was I believe, less than 60 days ago.
So
what we're starting to see is that increased, and it's 2924.12 A and B that invites that, like Mr. Munoz indicated in his opening statement, that it's unheard of to have an attorney awarded attorney fees at the preliminary injunction stage or injunctive stage. And actually, the statute only says injunctive relief. It doesn't say what type of injunctive relief. It could be the TRO, which is a form of injunctive relief, or the preliminary injunction. I think that it brings out the worst in the predatory attorneys who are looking for their ticket to be paid by the mortgage company at that early stage. They haven't proved their case. Discovery has not occurred, and yet they can be awarded attorney fees. And that's what we fear. Those two cases cost us thousands of dollars. And we were not in violation of the Homeowner Bill of Rights by any aspect, but it still cost us money. And what we see is that there are so many claims that a borrower and their attorney can make as issues of material violations of the Homeowner Bill of Rights that are not demurrable issues. A judge sitting on the bench cannot rule regarding a matter of material facts, but more so a matter of law. And so when these frivolous complaints are filed, we cannot easily get them dismissed with a demur, even though that would cost money. It would be minimal. But I see this as a growing problem. And again, we experienced the two lawsuits that we have dealt with most recently. We went through the first 8 months, 9 months, 8 months, 7 months, whatever it is, without any issue at all. But we're starting to see that as an issue. And what we're afraid of is that, again, we don't, as I indicated in my opening remarks, is that we do not disregard or deny a borrower simply by way of FICO score, like some banks do. We don't do it. But with the uncertainty of the cost involved in servicing those type of loans with those characteristics, the ones with the lower FICO scores, we're afraid that we may have to change to the degree that banks do with putting those credit overlays to minimize the characteristics of the loan that create these type of problems for us. And we don't want to do that. We want to serve FHA's mission, and that is to, again, provide affordable quality home loans to all applicants, not just some applicants, not just applicants that have over 680 FICO score, to everyone who can apply that can qualify under FHA guidelines. That's who we are. And that's why we have survived 41 years in a tumultuous industry that's had its up and downs. We stick to our traditional roots. We never got involved in those creative financing loans during the big boom. We suffered, but we stuck to our traditional roots. And that's why we're still here today.
Thank you.
So, just to end, in closing, as kind of an analogy, First Mortgage, we feel we're a casualty of war. And that war was and perhaps still is between the government and the big banks. The reason why I say that is because I know that the Homeowner Bill of Rights was drafted and relied upon heavily in consideration for the national settlement agreement that was signed by the 5 signatories on the agreement. And we never had a problem. We never had a problem administering loss mitigation. It was in our best interest to administer loss mitigation. And the fact that we now have to comply with the Homeowner Bill of Rights in that going through the time frames that we would not otherwise have to go through, or be in a position that, to err on the side of caution and re-review documents and do these things, it just continues to extend that process. And I think that as time goes on, that could possibly, become a larger problem as borrowers again start to use the loan modification request as a stalling tactic. Go ahead, welcome, sir. It's okay. in the end, I'd like to thank deeply thank the chair and the committee for allowing me this opportunity to express our experience operating on a homeowner bill of rights. And at this time, I would welcome any questions, that you may have for me at this time.
Let me just comment that, that this has been this meltdown, many casualties in all sides, no doubt. And the purpose of the hearing, again, is to try to get comment into what's working, what's not, where have we been, where can we make this better. Again, I heard the other panelists speak, I'm hearing yours speak, and I'm kind of reminded of those ships at night that just, passing by each other, nobody's talking to each other, so to speak. But ultimately, I'm hoping to take back some of this information and get folks to work a little bit more, in unison. You want to mitigate your losses. You want to get people back on the feet, continue to pay those mortgages. People want to keep their homes, but yet something's going on that
Yes,
it's not gelling, so to speak.
And I agree with that. And because of what you indicated, the motions going opposite directions, that's what creates a situation that, regardless of how we approach the denial, the time we spend on not only the letter, but the explanation. There are many times that we brought HUD into it so they could help explain to the borrower and or third-party attorney that, in fact, the first mortgage in this case is correct, because they just do not believe what we're telling them. And I think it's subjective. I think they're looking at it from a subjective standpoint and not understanding a mortgage company like First Mortgage has no other interest but to help that homeowner.
Well, we're going to continue to talk. I'm hoping this is, the first meeting that we have, so to speak. But
actually, I ended up by saying I welcome an invitation for further discussion. So
there you go.
Absolutely, I would love to
I'm
be
clairvoyant here.
Yes.
Next witness.
Good afternoon, Chairman Correa. I am pleased for the opportunity to testify before you today and to represent the credit union industry. In fact, as you may hear from my remarks, perhaps I would have been better to serve on the consumer panel than the lender panel. But my name is Darren Williams, and I'm the CEO of Westcom Credit Union, headquartered in Pasadena, California. Westcom was formed in 1934 when 13 employees of Pacific Telephone and Telegraph Company pulled $65 of savings and formed a banking alternative. And today we serve 200,000 consumers, mostly here in Southern California. And the credit union has $2.5 billion in assets. Nationally, about 95 million U.S. consumers rely on credit unions for all or part of their financial services. And in fact, last year, credit unions enjoyed their strongest membership growth in 10 years, with over 1.3 million consumers becoming credit union members. The credit union structure and our historical industry performance in real estate lending strongly supported the 175 foreclosure exemption under the Homeowner Bill of Rights. We appreciate that the legislature provided that exemption for lenders and servicers that could demonstrate a success in keeping homeowners in their homes. As you may know, the credit union industry did have some apprehension about SB 900 and AB 278 applying to the credit union industry. As you may be aware, even though we have no credit union that had more than 175 foreclosures in California in 2012, the legislature still required parts of the Homeowner Bill of Rights to apply to the industry. As not-for-profit financial cooperatives, credit unions are owned by the members that they serve, and this fundamental difference between the for-profit and not-for-profit sector of the financial services industry does provide a significant different incentive structure and operating philosophy for those managing the institutions. In aggregate, credit unions have never sustained mortgage losses in excess of 0.5%. What this demonstrates is that credit unions across the board make mortgage loans that their borrowers, their members, have the ability to repay without having to be directed to do so by the federal or state government. I'd like to address some of the specific questions that have been posed about the Homeowner Bill of Rights as it relates to Westcom Credit Union. Certainly, our compliance costs have increased as a result of the Homeowner Bill of Rights. We've increased our staff in our service and default management departments with a compliance specialist whose responsibilities include monitoring and the implementation of new regulations, including HOBAR, and maintaining ongoing internal compliance audits to ensure our compliance. We also anticipate increased legal costs and possibly additional staff expense as the result of other states duplicating the California legislation, because Westcom is a multi-state servicer. We've had to make changes in our communications, material, websites, and so forth to comply with required HUD counseling information. We have not changed a large portion of our existing borrower outreach practices, although we have, again, invested additional time and resources in ensuring that tracking and the documentation exist to confirm we remain in compliance with HOBAR. This tracking and documenting includes additional workflow activities, checklists, internal audits, as I mentioned. Our verbal and our written communications with our members has certainly increased in order to ensure that our collection staff has complied with all of the communication and discussion requirements of the bill. Non-judicial foreclosures certainly can take longer, depending on whether the member requests a loan workout solution, such as a hardship modification. The filing of the notice of default or the notice of sale cannot take place, of course, if the member has applied for a modification or a short sale, and the foreclosure is put on hold until we reach a decision. If the modification is declined, Westcom will not proceed with the foreclosure until 30 days after the decision date. And of course, this can possibly delay the foreclosure for a number of months. Also, the legislation is somewhat ambiguous, as I think has been pointed out, when it comes to how many times a member can apply for a modification. Our practice at Westcom allows the member to reapply for a loan modification should there be a significant financial change in the member's financial situation. But again, that's not a real clear definition. The level of difficulty to complete a non-judicial foreclosure has not increased dramatically for us. However, HOBAR has increased certainly, again, the amount of documentation, tracking, and has required the development of procedures to ensure that we stay in compliance. The addition of extra staff and attorney time has been the most costly effect of HOBAR for us, and we've received no complaints from any borrower for any alleged violations of HOBAR. Overall, the credit union industry is very thankful that the legislature identified the differences between even the largest credit unions in the state and those banks that were subject to the national mortgage settlement. Regulatory burden is one of the prime reasons that there's significant consolidation taking place within the community financial services, financial institutions sector, specifically credit unions. Difficulties in maintaining high levels of member service in the face of increasing regulatory burden are undoubtedly a key decision that a key reason that small credit unions are merging into larger credit unions. Community-based financial institutions have an important mission to help consumers, which is why we think it's more critical than ever that the legislature continue to recognize the credit union difference. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Welcome,
Thank
Ms.
you,
Stone.
Chair Senator Calderon, and your staff for inviting our organization to be here today. My name is Kim Stone. I represent the Civil Justice Association of California. I cannot promise to be helpful or wise, but I can be brief. I wanted to take our organization tries to advocate to prevent California law from encouraging unjustified lawsuits. And I just wanted to take a brief second to take a step back and look at some bigger principles and then apply those to the Homeowners Bill of Rights and some things that you may wish to consider going forward. So our organization pays attention to how California is viewed in comparison to other states in terms of litigation, climate, and overall economic health, we are ranked at the bottom, and in many cases the bottom, compared to other states in terms of that. This last year, we were named the nation's #1 judicial hellhole, and every other economic or business climate ranks us, if not at the very bottom, very near the bottom. I was interested to hear Sean O'Toole, one of the earlier panelists, note that California's mortgage modification rules are the most consumer-friendly in the world. And that would be consistent with many of the other things. We like that in California. We tend to want our citizens to have more, and by we, I mean you. You're the legislature, not necessarily my organization, but California often gives its citizens more rights and greater rights than the federal system would or than other states would, and this appears to be no exception. Our organization has seen when the California legislature allows individual lawsuits by private attorneys to enforce a public good, particularly with the ability of getting attorney's fees, that oftentimes abusive or unjustified lawsuits result as when you put those two things together. We have two notable examples in the area of Americans with Disabilities Act lawsuits, where you have private attorneys with the possibility of attorney's fees, and you led to a number of shakedown lawsuits against small businesses in that arena. Same thing with Prop 65 lawsuits, where you have individual lawyers enforcing a law and the ability to get attorney's fees. It seems like in this case it's a little bit too early to tell if that's going to happen, because it's only been 9 months and these things are taking longer, but it does worry me and members of our organization. Another principle that I would urge you and your colleagues to consider is to try to keep fights out of courts if you can, and to fund courts appropriately. Peter Munoz's testimony about the difference between non-judicial and judicial foreclosure, I think, was really helpful and insightful. And the whole idea between having non-judicial foreclosure is to have a cheaper, quicker, easier way to resolve disputes than having to go to court. I think the experience of the California monitor, who appears to have been very successful there, is resolving situations out of court without the additional expense and transactional costs of having to go to court. So far, it appears that the experience with the Homeowner's Bill of Rights is, and the thing that my organization worries about, is that having a private lawsuit with the ability to get attorney's fees could lead to dangerous incentives for certain plaintiffs' lawyers. If you're talking about getting an injunction that serves only to delay an ultimate foreclosure because the situation is not, in my organization's opinion, deserving of attorney's fees, and you do not want to encourage a delay of the process without any ultimate resolution that actually benefits the homeowners. And you don't want to create a system where lawyers will get paid for merely mucking up the system and not actually providing the homeowner with any benefit. In our opinion, that does not benefit any California public policy. With those principles in mind, I think as you go forward and look at what, if any, modifications you plan to make, I would urge the committee and the staff to consider proposals that keep items out of the court whenever possible and that do not incentivize private lawsuits by providing attorney's fees in the absence of actual benefit to homeowners. Thank you.
Yeah, Ms. Stone, thank you. I seem to, concur with you. We want to keep these cases from reaching the court system, so to speak. I think the best and the most good can be done when you have a negotiated solution. And again, I come back to, I hear in this panel and the other panel, and again, everybody's talking the same language, yet we can't seem to connect. And I'd like to have some kind of for lack of a better term, a mediator, somebody who can take these applications for loan mods and give these folks an honest determination whether you can keep it or not. I was had a constituent that it took about a year, but we sat down with these folks, and somebody that I trusted, I thought was very competent, and walked these folks through the process, said, you're not going to be able to keep the house. Your circumstances have changed, not for the better, but for the worse, and let's come up with something that works for you and works for everybody involved, and it worked. But it seems like in a lot of these cases, there's no trust, and so we're resorting to pulling out the swords and going after each other, which at the end doesn't help the homeowner and it doesn't help the institution. I'm not sure who ends up getting helped in these circumstances. So, I'm looking for solutions here, and hopefully the legislature as well. I think the legislation that was passed was a homeowners bill of rights, was a step in the right direction, but it doesn't get to the heart. The heart of it is making sure folks don't have to resort to remedies when it comes to trying to fix, dig their way out of a bad situation.
Mr. Chair, can I make a comment on what you just said, and I'll keep it brief?
Brief away.
Effective today, NV 321 goes into effect. That's the Nevada's version of the Homeowner Bill of Rights. But Nevada also has a mediation aspect to their foreclosure process, which, again, chimes off on what you had indicated. Rather than, have the law be where they can file a complaint under violation of Homeowner Bill of Rights, how about some mediation prior to that and keep it out of the court system so an objective mediator can bridge that difference between the lender, servicer, and borrower, third party, or their attorney.
Thank you. Yes.
Good morning,
David,
or should I say good
welcome.
afternoon
How
now. Good afternoon, Chairman Correa and Senator Calderon. My name is David Haithcock. I serve as the Executive Director for the California Independent Bankers. Fortunately based here in Orange County, so I had not far to go this morning, but I wanted to thank you for allowing us to be a part of this, and I think my testimony might be a little different from some of the things that we've been hearing today, and maybe just add a little different perspective on kind of the industry that I represent. We are strictly represent community banks in California. We derive from the local community, we lend to the local community, we take in deposits in the local community, very community focused. In the early 2000s, there was an opportunity, there was an environment where we had just a tremendous amount of a lot of mortgage activity going on. I mean, the market was just exploding with different platforms of people getting into homes and whatnot and in different mortgage products. My institutions do not compete in that kind of a market. They're traditional conservative type of lenders, so that environment was not conducive for their type of profile. Now came the implosion of the AmeriQuest, the Countrywides, a lot of these organizations that were kind of occupying that space. As an organization, we were very proactive in trying to encourage our institutions that now there's going to be a void created. I mean, there's not a lot of lending going on right now, but there will be a void created. So it's time for you to start looking to get into the market because it's a natural fit for us. I mean, the way our relationships are with our customers, it's just a natural part. It should be a natural part of our portfolio, but it's not. It troubles me as the head of the organization when one of my bank's customers have to leave to go to another institution to get a mortgage product, because then you expose that customer to possibly being taken away. And we have to fight as hard as we can to initially achieve that customer. So from my perspective, it's like, now's the time to do it. Now, what happened because of all the issues going on, we had a tremendous amount of legislation coming from the state, coming from the feds, and we had bankers who were on the sidelines, but now all of a sudden we're starting to pull back, saying, all this stuff that's going out there, we're going through a period of time right now where we've been beaten pretty hard on the regulatory examination process. We understand there's opportunity there, but it's causing us to really kind of pause because we don't know what's going to happen. So it has to deal with two things, really kind of with basically money and just in dealing with fear. And the fear is, what if I don't do something right? So that was prohibitive for a lot of our folks getting into the marketplace. I even had a bank that I was having initially when I got the call to participate in this panel discussion today was to call a banker who I knew was in this process of basically ramping up. And it's a $1 billion bank. It's located right across the freeway here. And they said that, in looking at all the things that were coming down the pike from the state, from the federal level mostly, and then you look at the little things popping up at the state level, it just didn't make sense for us to do it. And I said, that's
lend.
unfortunate to get into the mortgage origination program. So, so it's unfortunate because, as I said, I want a way for my commercial lenders to find a way to tie in to their customers more by having that retail piece to it.
And that's one of the questions I've kind of been asking in part of this hearing, but more part of the other hearings is there been, a credit crunch now because of the possible environment that we're facing?
If I were a consumer, I'd say right now is probably a great time to borrow. There's such competition out there in the marketplace for consumers. We just recently held a regulatory meeting with the Fed and FDIC, and the Federal Reserve is like, you community bankers, you need to start looking at your durations in your portfolio. You're extending out too far, you're going to get caught when the interest rates move up. And it's just interesting because what we're losing on business is that we're losing to the Wells and to the unions of the world that can extend terms, can give the rates that they need, but it puts us out of that ballpark. So I think right now, if I were a consumer, I think right now is a good time for it.
So it's a good time for credit then?
If given the competition out there, I know for a good borrower, it's good. And then if a larger institution wants that borrower, he will take it from one of my institutions. Just depends on how bad they want it. Because they can afford to extend the terms, they can afford to reduction in rate. Ours can't. We can't
Why
go out
not?
that far. Just because we can't project out that far. If we go out past 5 years, we have rate movements, and all of a sudden your long-term rates are going to be higher than your short-term rates, or short-term rates, inversion of that. So, so we look kind of in a short, basically, time period. And that's what the regulators want us to do too.
Inversion of the yield curve?
Yield curve. Yeah.
So you're looking at inflation coming?
I don't know. I don't know, but I know that right now the theme is
short term versus long term.
The regulators right now. The theme of the regulators is because we just finished an interest rate risk seminar last week with the FDIC, and they said shock your portfolios, keep shocking them, put it to 100 basis points or a 400 basis point movement, and they've had history where that can be seen to have happened. What does that mean for are you deposit sensitive, are you asset sensitive? So, so they know it's coming. Just how sensitive are you to that rate movement? But the one thing I did want to also, the final point I want to make on this was that I think, Senator Calderon, for your wisdom last year was that for the first time, and for the committee's wisdom, is for the first time they actually saw the community banking industry as a subset, kind of like it's a unique component to the financial banking industry, in that we know there's a bunch of bad actors at the big level, but there's a lot of 7,000 of these smaller guys nationwide at this other level. We know we're trying to go after this, folks, but the broad brush has been affecting everyone. And I think it was the first time in my history, and I've been in this for about almost 17 years, I've never had someone say, community banks, you guys are different. You need to be looked at differently. So I thank you for that. And thank you to the committee for that, too.
Well, thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Chair and
Last but
members,
not least.
yes, I may well be last and least. Mike Belote, on behalf of the California Mortgage Association, Mr. Chair, and I may add a couple of comments for the United Trustees Association, the trustees who actually conduct the non-judicial foreclosures. I'm not here to say who were the bad actors and who are the good actors, but the California Mortgage Association's members serve a public who cannot obtain credit through traditional channels. They are going to pay more. They are higher risk borrowers. It is called the hard money industry for a reason. My members are small business people who typically will put together your retirement account investment with somebody's borrowing needs and service that loan. It is very bad news to turn to the investor and say that the loan has gone south and we need to go to foreclosure. So the last thing a member of the California Mortgage Association wants is a foreclosure. There is no problem with single point of contact. They are the single point of contact. There is no problem getting loan modifications when appropriate. They want to modify the loans to keep them viable. Almost every member of the association is under the 175 limit, and many have gotten out of residential lending altogether because of the layering of SB 489 by Senator Migden, SB 1137, the Homeowners Bill of Rights, changes at the federal level, and more changes are coming. So we would ask you to be mindful of this layering effect if you talk about substantive changes which add new obligations on lenders in the near term. For example, although I'm not an expert on it, I think the person next to you knows a lot more about it than I do. I am told that changes coming federally in January will effectively eliminate that 175 foreclosure exemption. So there is already going to be a new layer of obligations imposed at the federal level starting in January. So I would think hard before I imposed new obligations on lenders. In terms of litigation against my members, I think most members would say they have not yet suffered actual lawsuits. But what they are getting is demand letters from lawyers, not the quality people you heard from today, not the monitor and the quality people from the consumer attorneys, but there are 200,000 lawyers in California. And so our members will get a demand letter for money on a loan that doesn't apply under the law. It's a second mortgage, and the law covers firsts. It is commercial in some way. It might be a timeshare loan. There are all sorts of loans that are not covered by the law, but we will get a demand letter that requires a lawyer to respond and cost the member and his or her investors money for something that really wasn't intended by the law at all. Now, that isn't a defect in the law, and so I'm certainly not blaming any of you. I'm saying that there is right now a lot of working through the law and learning about how far it goes and doesn't go. So we're spending a lot of time on compliance and training and education and lawyers to respond to other lawyers saying the Homeowners Bill of Rights doesn't apply to that transaction. It was a junior lien, therefore it's not covered. I would also say with respect to trustees, I thought that Mr. O'Toole's comments were very, very instructive. Trustees have seen foreclosures go up and go down over the years, and it's very predictable. We are now seeing foreclosures plummet, and trustees are anticipating a further reduction. I talked to one prominent trustee today who said that they peaked at about 500 employees. They now have 290, and they anticipate foreclosures going down a great deal more. It's very, very predictable in the cyclical world that is real estate, as you know. But there are ambiguities in the law, technical ambiguities, that I would like to work with you and Ms. Newhall and Senator Calderon that ought to be susceptible to cleanup, where we all work together in good faith with the consumer attorneys, with the housing advocates. But there are just lots of questions in the law. It was very complicated, and it's not possible to get it 100% perfect the first time. A question arises. If you'd ask for an example, I'll give you just one. What is the definition of an owner? Is it an owner-occupied residence at the time the loan was made? Or is it owner-occupied at the time of the notice of default or sometime else down the road? The bill is unclear on that, and so that is an ambiguity that either will have to be resolved by you statutorily or by a court with an appellate decision. We would suggest that there is a series, and we're compiling a list that we'll provide to Ms. Newhall, that could clean up the law on a technical level without layering on additional lender obligations. You don't want to do anything to further discourage lending. It may be, as the prior witness said, a great time for a good borrower. It isn't a very good time for the marginal borrower, for the FICO challenged borrower. They will come to our members ultimately, and many of my members will not want to make the loan because they got out of residential lending because it has got so expensive and so risky. So I would say Understand that the foreclosures are coming to an end. By the way, there have been plenty of history in California where we had virtually no foreclosures. Trustees were basically out of business because when somebody got in trouble, rising real estate values allowed them to get out of the loan successfully. And we may be heading back to that. So we're going to see a decrease in foreclosures. There are some technical things in Hobart that could use cleaning up, but be wary, I think, about layering on new obligations just as the feds are about to introduce a whole new series of rules in January. And with that, I would answer any questions.
Thank you. I want to thank all of you for your comments today. I know you came from afar, and I do appreciate it. Mike, your comments are well taken and well received, and hopefully we'll work on some cleanup language and have all interested parties at the table to come up with some win-win solutions. Again, for the foreclosures that are still available, or still going on, I should say, let's hope that we can come up with some negotiated solutions and some workouts for those folks. Again, thank you very much for coming, and what I'd like to do is open it up for some public comment for some of the folks in the public that may have been waiting patiently to come in and talk to us about their concerns and issues out there. And Senator Calderon, again, thank you very much for driving down that 5 freeway. It's a very dangerous trip, but nonetheless one worth making. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, public, going once, going twice. Seeing no further business before this informational hearing, I will declare it over. Thank you.
This is the California State Senate.